Good morning, everyone. This is Mayor Bob. It's 9 a.m. Welcome to our annual big time budget meeting. Looking forward to having a really good discussion with everyone today. The agenda and packet was sent out to everyone. I am tracking down a memo from Nathan, and I think Bessie Joe is going to hand that to me. Thank you, Bessie Joe. Thank you, Sarah. So I think we're all set. Let's start with roll call, and then I'm going to turn the meeting over to city staff. I believe Linda will lead us through the meeting today, and probably Annette Spickard will help us as well.
All right, Councilmember Callan.
Here.
Mayor Giles.
Here.
Councilmember Holmes. I see you. I didn't hear you.
She gave us a thumbs up.
Okay. Councilmember Nielsen.
Yes.
Councilmember Machezik.
Present.
All right, everyone is in attendance. Thanks, council. Who would like to kick off the meeting? Is that you, Annette, or is Linda going to do that?
That's Nathan, I think.
The first item, Mayor, on the agenda is Nathan's work session with you on the right-of-way management during the winter. And I believe Police Chief Williams is also on the line, as well as our attorney that works with Public Works, Bill Punkeney. And so I think I would turn it over to Nathan to do this first part of the work session.
Thank you. All right, Nathan, you're on. Thanks a lot for joining us. Look forward to hearing from your team.
You bet. Good morning, Mayor Giles. Nathan Stewart, Public Works Director. My goal here this morning with this agenda bill is to present to the City Council information and observations that both Public Works and the Police Department have made over the past, probably 5 years. As many of you are aware, we do a great bit of snow removal in our public rights of way, and our community is growing. We have a lot of very qualified licensed contractors that do snow removal as well for private property and public property. And then we also have quite a bit of a tourist draw here in the winter with a lot of different options where on weekends, particularly in holidays, we get a major influx of vehicles, particularly snowmobile trailers, skiers, whatnot, coming to the community and having to interface with this snow removal activity. So this agenda bill is going to present two major topics. One is the issues that we deal with when people park within the right-of-way. And then the second is the issue of private entities or even private property owners with their own snow blowers blowing or depositing snow within our public right-of-way that creates problems and issues, complications with the way we need to manage those rights of way to open the roads to get buses and EMS and everybody flowing as fast as possible. So I did provide a memo for all of you, and this memo really just kind of outlines what the current situation is, and then it also kind of identifies the applicable city codes that we have, and then some of the problems with what staff has identified with these codes. And we have Bill Punkeney with White Peterson here, as well as legal counsel, to try to offer up any comments or opinions on some of these different issues. And then also some recommendations on what we think might be ideas to improve the way in which we can manage these things. And there's multiple facets there, not just creating new codes or increasing penalties, but also education and outreach. So I guess with that, whereas this idea of storage of snow within the public right-of-way. So there's two main contributors to that. you have licensed contractors, and we have a snow removal license that the clerk's office manages. So any business that engages in snow removal within the city of McCall is required to have a license. And the goal of that was to formalize that right to do business and also establish an acknowledgement of the rules. So when you purchase a license to do snow removal, you sign on that application that you're agreeing to these rules, one of which is that you're not allowed to deposit snow within the right-of-way. It also requires that you have a sticker on your pieces of equipment so that that can be identified, that you are a licensed contractor if we're out doing an investigation or we're trying to figure out what's going on. Snow removal contractors have a lot of threats to the public asset. They can do damage to our rights of way. They can damage the asphalt. They can damage sidewalks. They can push over fences, both owned by the public or by private property owners. They can dump snow on other private properties. All of these issues we get calls from here, either from at Public Works or City Hall or the police department. And so having that license is a good way that we can kind of track down what's going on. If we know or we have observations that these things are happening, we can see that sticker and then we can tie that sticker to the actual business. And so there's a real good benefit to that licensing process. And I think it's been really helpful for us to kind of know who the players are. And you know, there aren't that many. I don't know, Bessie Jo, if you might know off the top of your head the approximate number of snow removal licenses that we have.
I do not know off the top of my head, but I can look real quick.
I would think it's probably a couple dozen, and it may be less than that. And many of these businesses have multiple pieces of equipment running. They might have 2 or 3 blowers or loaders throughout town. So how does this become a problem? Well, first of all, when this business, snow removal business, is doing multiple homes or even multiple parking lots, they may be finding that it's harder and harder to store that snow on the private property. Or maybe for years and years and years, there was always a vacant lot across the street. And when the snow got piled up pretty high in February, they would start pushing snow onto that property and no one ever cared, no one ever said anything. As town is developing, we're now getting those property owners calling the city and saying, hey, someone put snow on my property. You know, you got to get it off of there. And they accuse the city, of course, of doing that, but it might be a private property or a private snow removal contractor. More importantly, when that snow gets dumped in the right-of-way and it's right next to the road, then it becomes a problem for Public Works to keep that road open. And as all of these different contractors and these different private property owners start putting more snow within the right-of-way, it makes it much harder for us to do our job. We've run into situations where the road narrows so much that we can't easily get our equipment through. And of course, we get calls from the community saying, hey, the road's way narrow. You can't get a bus through here or whatnot. And so we're going back and having to deal with that situation. So the question is, well, what do we do about it? And as outlined in the memo, we do have codes that state that, you know, if you place snow on in the right-of-way, there's a $25 fine. And then if it's a first offense and then a second offense is $300. There's also the code related to the business license. So if it's actually a licensed snow removal contractor, that first offense is $150, and the second offense, or I think it says here, yeah, it doubles for the second offense, or actually not second offense, if it's not paid within 14 days. I've asked staff about that in some of their conversations during conflict resolution with some of these contractors. Many of these licensed contractors are charging $100 an hour or more, depending on how efficient they are at removing snow. So is this fine appropriate? Is it worth it to get that, to be able to efficiently do your job and serve your client? Is that penalty really a deterrent? The second thing is, do we actually enforce these codes? Meaning, how many fines have we issued to licensed contractors? Well, I don't think we've done very much of that. We've tried, to be proactive. We do a lot of communication, and we get good cooperation for the most part. But for some of these businesses, these snow removal businesses, they've been doing these things for many, many years, and no one's ever told them that they couldn't do it. So telling them now, maybe because there's 7 more homes on a street, there's needs to be that information, that exchange, and also some kind of way in which, if we don't get that cooperation, that we have the support of the council as well as the support of our codes to make that happen. So what do we think we need to do? In talking with Chief Williams, he's expressed a concern that the way the codes are currently written, even if we were to impose these fines on the snow removal contractors, the process is a bit challenging in that it requires, and maybe Justin, you can help me out here, but it's a criminal violation, which is managed a bit different through the county or city prosecutor versus whether we could change it to a civil violation. And Justin, could you elaborate on that?
Yes, absolutely. Mayor Council Justin Williams, Chief of Police. This falls in line with many of the other ordinances that we've looked at, and many of the other administrative versus criminal fines that we've talked about. In order to streamline the process, it has been beneficial that we've talked about previously, and what we've done with the mask ordinance and the mask mandates is to maintain a civil fine rather than putting it into the criminal justice system. And once we put it in as an infraction or a misdemeanor, when we do that, then we have to look at the cost of personnel time to go and testify, to pull the case together, to get it to the prosecutor's office, following through with it, the criminal trial and things of that nature. What we found is it's expedient to create a civil fine, much along the ways that our normal parking citations are. Rather than making it an infraction, we have the city violation. We've also talked about it being a force multiplier, and that if it is a civil violation, that we can train other personnel within the city, within Public Works, to be able to issue these civil citations as well. And so it decriminalizes it, keeps it in-house. The money's come back to the city. The court system's not involved. Valley County's not involved. The prosecutor's office is not involved. It's a much more streamlined process. But the big thing for me is what we've talked about through the years of my tenure here, is that we are able to give others the authority to enforce it as well. So if we have one police officer on at night and we have 19 violations of plow obstructions or snow in the right of way that night at 3 a.m., that one officer doesn't have to go around, because the Director of Public Works, Nathan, Chris Malvich, any of the plow operators that they deem should have that authority, could carry their little civil fine packet with them, write out the civil fine, put it on the windshield, and keep on moving. Questions on that aspect, Council? None? Okay.
You have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've got a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, is there an avenue for someone to dispute a citation if it's brought into this scenario?
Yeah, absolutely. The first appeal is to me, and then after that, I believe it goes to the city manager. But I think I would have to look at that, but I know there is an appeal process, and they appeal directly to me. So we look at it and see what it is. There have been city parking fines are that way, And there have been multiples that I've reviewed. Some of them have been dismissed, some of them have been upheld. It just depends on the circumstances and what's going on. And typically the fines have been so low. Most of the time we have a very high compliance rate. But this particular code was reviewed. I believe the cost assessment section of it was in 2014 is when the fine was set at $25 for snow in the right of way. And the other of sidewalk maintenance, the snow section, the 8.5, it was like 1998 the last time that this was reviewed. And so Nathan's spearheading this to review and to look at this. I don't know what happened in 2014. You would think that we would have been a little more proactive with it, but $25 is just not a deterrent. It's what we've talked about previously with other fines that we've come through. And the city code, as we come to these, staff is now taking the action to correct some of these issues that probably should have been addressed years ago. And as we come to them, code is being rewritten. There's been sections of the code that have been entirely rewritten, but as we come across them now, staff is addressing those. So this is an opportunity for us to look at something to address it and to try to move forward, because as Nathan said, we're running out of space and we're only going to continue to run out of space. All of these vacant lots that people had been storing snow in, they're no longer vacant and they're being used. And the city itself is going to have to decide what we're going to do with snow, because we use our 2 vacant parking lots that we try to point people to park their trailers during the winter. We use that for snow storage. So what are we going to do? So the fight for where we're going to put all the snow is very real at this time.
Thanks, Justin. I will pull up and share my screen. This is in your packet. And there we go. This is a map. I've asked our street superintendent to identify all the areas where this is an issue. And the issue can range anywhere from somebody just came in and cleared out a bunch of space because they have 5 friends with snowmobile trailers coming in and all this snow just ended up in our right of way, to, there's a driveway every 50 feet and it's February. And so this snow from these driveways is starting to creep out into the right of way. So when I show you this map, it looks very extensive. That doesn't mean we have major violations happening in all these areas, but these are locations where, because there is private snow stored within our rights of way, our operations become compromised. We have a lot of safety issues. We're having to go back and widen roads, widen intersections because of this situation. So it is widespread. It's not an isolated situation. And the way in which we enforce things is a lot different than just trying to generate revenue. I mean, we try to get voluntary compliance. We have very few tickets, if any, have actually been issued. So we're researching these things and trying to find that. And we will be coming back to you at some point with your direction to kind of explain that a little bit better. Today's work session is really just to expose you to this issue, to identify the codes, to have an open discussion. And my intent was that based on the feedback we get from the council today, staff would continue to whittle down on what the best changes to our code would be, make sure we weigh the costs and benefits of changing things, whether it is from a criminal to a civil, who we would suggest would be eligible to make these violations occur, to build redundancy within the organization. We haven't had a code enforcement officer for many years. We now have one, but that code enforcement officer has a lot of duties and responsibilities. So we need to make sure that if we're going to implement a policy of enforcing snow removal rules, that we can do it effectively. And then most of all, communication with the community, letting people know that these rules exist. I've lived in multiple different communities that have snow removal penalties or snow infraction penalties. And it's very, very understood in those communities that you will pay if you violate these rules. I don't think, having lived here in McCall for 15 years or more, that that's institutionally understood in the city. I don't think not only longtime residents, let alone visitors, are aware that that's happening or that could happen. So that's kind of the summary on the snow removal contractors and the snow being stored in the right of way. I've done a lot of talking here for the first 20 minutes. So I'm very interested to hear what the council has to say, what their thoughts are, what their observations are. So Mayor Giles, if you want to lead a discussion there, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Nathan. Let me just call on each council member individually and let them share their thoughts with us. Let me start with Mike.
Thanks, Bob. Yeah, I think we have a bit of a theme going on right now, which is, you know, we're seeing more people, we're seeing more density, we're seeing more deer, we're seeing more issues with snow, and I think we're seeing issues with lake management, et cetera, et cetera. So across the boards, what I appreciate is that we have many people within the city working towards proactive and planning related solutions to issues that have arisen and issues that could become and likely will become more of an issue. I mean, just on Nathan's Street, there's 2 new homes going in, steep road, more snow to push and move and place in other locations. So it's clearly an issue. I'm absolutely in support, and I really appreciate. I always appreciate the way Justin very, very clearly gives us information so we can understand that his side of things, as well as you know, Nathan, the way you're presenting the situation and how you're looking to approach it is you know, fantastic. So thank you. I'm on board.
Thanks, Mike. Cammie, you're up next.
Yeah, I'll agree with Mike completely. I think there is a need for this and the snow removal, you know, in the right of way and putting the personal. I see it on a regular basis, so I think that we do need to do something, and I like the proactive approach.
Thanks, Cammie. Melanie? Melanie, this is Mayor Bob. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'm having trouble with my mute button. I completely agree with everything I've heard. I mean, it's very obvious during the winter that it's become an issue, even more so over the last few years than before. And you know, Mike's right. It's density related, more people coming into the area, and they need to be educated. So, and you know, I'm really interested in the conversation of what we're going to do with our snow in some of these parking areas that could be used for offsetting some of these issues. I mean, I think that it obviously would help with trailer parking and most especially the parking issues that we're seeing in the winter.
Thanks, Melanie. Colby?
Yeah, I don't have anything at this time.
This is Mayor Bob. I don't have any further comments. So
Okay.
Nathan and Justin, I'll let you proceed to the next part of your presentation.
Yeah, I think I want to just clarify a few things before we move on to parking. There is in that memo some recommendations. So, you know, based on what I've heard from the council this morning on this issue, we will be exploring, you know, those 3 major recommendations, working with legal counsel to vet out, you know, do we need to change the codes? The answer is likely. And then what's appropriate penalties for these? How can these penalties be the most effective? But then similarly, what can we do as a community to educate and inform not only local property owners, but these vacation rentals and other frequently visited properties by tourists that may not be aware of these things? Is there more signage needed in certain parking areas? Do we need to make sure that there's some kind of caveat for if you own a business like a vacation rental, do you also need to have some accountability for this, regardless of which contractor you hire? So those are some of the things we're talking about at the staff level, and we'll continue to look into that. My goal is to come back to you later this summer fall season with a second presentation with some more formal recommendations. And then with the council's direction, if we could implement something, then we would try to get it implemented prior to the Thanksgiving holiday. We'll move on to vehicle and trailer parking within the city right of way. This one is a little bit more of a, I guess I would say, higher priority or higher conflict for us, because when vehicles are parked within the city's right of way, they're often right on the side of the street. And so when we're coming around between 2 in the morning and maybe noon, trying to plow all of our streets, we come up against these vehicles. Oftentimes they're vehicles with trailers parked in the right of way. Historically, we've had at our kind of our tools the opportunity to tow these things if they're really in the way and we can't find a property owner or knock on a door and find someone who owns the vehicle. That doesn't exist today. There are no towing companies in the Valley County area that A, are willing to come out in the middle of the night, or B, interested or willing to haul or tow a vehicle without the consent of that vehicle owner. So we simply don't have that service. Secondly, even if you did do that, you have a situation where, you know, you contact a towing company, it could be an hour to 2 hours before that vehicle actually gets towed. We have a very limited staff, and we have a large responsibility for a large workload for clearing snow. We're in the downtown core, you know, down to almost the half hour trying to get all that snow removed before we're open for business and people are coming in. Then we're out on the city streets, and with the use of our snow gates, the pace at which we do snow removal is, you know, a third or less of what it used to be historically when we just went down the road and, blew all this snow into people's driveways and whatnot. So we have to be efficient in what we do. So even the idea of towing people, even if we had that at our whim, isn't necessarily a good solution. The real solution is to try to get compliance, to try to make sure people just don't do this. And so in this memo, I've kind of identified all the different codes and also identified, you know, what we see as being the problem. You see a very consistent situation here where it's a criminal violation. If it was a civil violation, it's very likely that we could more easily at the staff level impose these fines without a huge burden of engaging the courts. And then in a similar fashion, how do we go about getting the community to understand the severity and the importance that they don't do this? Is the first penalty enough? Probably not. If you think about paying $25 to park right outside your front door versus very likely having to park your snowmobile trailer all the way across town, or even pay to park it somewhere on someone's private property, that $25 fine, most people would probably be willing to pay so that they could just park their vehicle out in front of their vacation rental. This happens quite often. I do have a map in your packet. I will share my screen just for the fun of it. And kind of identify where these are. I've got too many things open. That's the wrong one. Here we go. Okay, so you see the areas where this is a problem. It's in a lot of the residential areas. There are some, commercial streets where we're impacted by this. But generally in the downtown, we're not seeing that problem as much. We're seeing it more out in the residential areas. And it really becomes an issue because we'll have to pull our plows off of a road. And then of course, we're getting calls from those citizens to say, hey, you didn't plow my street today. Well, it's not that we didn't want to, it's that we couldn't get the plow through there because the vehicle was parked. The nice thing about parked vehicles is we actually know who the violator is. but we really want to try to create a program in which these people know that they shouldn't be there. And
Nathan, is the map that you're looking at also titled private snow storage within the city's right of way? Because that's the one up on our screen, and I don't know if that's the same map you're referring to right now about the parking. I just want to make sure you have the right map up.
Let's see. Yeah, let me try again. Thank you, Annette. Did that change the screen?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So a lot less red than the previous map, but still widespread and throughout town. And Justin and I were talking about this yesterday. You know, on any given night, our streets team will contact the PD for multiple vehicles. And what happens, and maybe Justin, you can explain what happens when this Public Works street superintendent calls you and says, "Hey, we got a vehicle parked here." How do you go about dealing with that?
So previously, what we would do is that officers would show up. They would attempt to contact the owner by running the registration on the vehicle. If they couldn't contact the owner, then we would contact a tow company, and then that officer would have to sit there and wait until the tow company showed up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And sometimes it was an hour and a half to 2 hours that they would be sitting there. And now we can't find a tow company. There are only a few tow companies in Valley County, and not one will come and do what's called a non-consent tow, a tow in which the owner's not present, where they're not consenting to have their vehicle removed. And in those situations, we can't remove the vehicle anymore. And we figured out that we were spending an enormous amount of resource hours and manpower and staffing hours in trying to track these people down. So this last year, since we could not tow, what I directed the officers to do is on each situation, show up, write the citation. Public Works would simply go around the vehicle and we would move on. We've done extensive education for the community. I believe Chris Malvich said that there are over 50 signs of "you can't park in the roadway" between November 1st and March 31st. Aaron has done an amazing job of printing up pamphlets of where you can and cannot park. But as we've said before, we have continually had to re-educate individuals because we're not necessarily getting the same visitors. We even have apps, thanks Aaron for the point out, that show you where you can park. But it comes down to the fact that people typically want to park right in front of where they're at. And during the winter, there's just not simply room. And so that's the process that would occur. This is what we've been forced to do to streamline it and move with it from there. So hopefully that gets a little better explanation of what happens when the officers are called and show up.
Thanks, Justin. So in the memo, you see kind of what our recommendations are for this issue. Obviously, there's code modifications that we need to look at. And then also trying to figure out what is the most effective penalty for these violations. And part of that also is to kind of look at other communities that are doing this and what successes and failures they have. At the staff level, we have not done that research yet, but that's probably something that's appropriate. And like I said, you know, from my experience living in other communities, it only took getting one penalty to really to hit home that, you know, don't do this. And, you know, one of the questions that we probably need to ask ourselves is, you know, what is the user experience when you come to McCall as a vacation rental owner? Does the information that you receive as a, you know, as a guest really point this out? Because if it does, and you're aware of it, then when you get the penalty, maybe that's not such a bad thing. Maybe there's a respect there that says, well, I violated the rule. If you get towed or you get a penalty or a stiff fine and you weren't aware of it, then the perception of that person might be, well, gosh, I had no idea. And well, that's a, you know, really stiff way of going about things. So, you know, I think working with Aaron and the rest of, you know, Chamber of Commerce and those people that own vacation rentals, there may be some improvements there. We need to go back and look at that. And then also really thinking about, where can we direct people to park? One of the things that you'll see in the budget, we did increase our snow removal budget in streets. And part of that's because what we spent this year on snow removal did not necessarily accomplish the goals. We did not fully clear out the First Street parking lot. Mill Street parking lot, we did not haul away this year. And what we found was that, that's a place that people like to park when they can't park downtown and they don't want to drive home. That's the place they go. We've said trailers can park there, but what we saw were that some trailers were being parked there, but it was taking up all of the space available for vehicles. So we do need to think about what opportunities the city can offer the community to say, okay, well, if you don't have room in your vacation rental to put a snowmobile trailer and a truck on private property, these are our locations that we can do that. And there may need to be some private ideas as well, where there's some, private properties or private businesses that can offer up a solution. I guess with that, I'm open for questions, Mayor.
Thanks, Nathan. Let's start with Cammie. Do you have questions for Nathan or any comments or observations?
No, I do know that, in our neighborhood where we live, we do have a bunch of trailers from vacation rentals parked on a blind corner, and where the city bus route and you can't pass both, that happens summer and winter. And so I think by giving them the option or letting the public know some of our parking areas that they can park their trailers would be a great idea, and to have that public input on the input and, letting them know our regulations before we just slap a fine on them.
Mike, your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't have any other thoughts other than what I said previously and where we're at, and I believe everything that Nathan is presenting is great.
Thanks, Mike. Melanie?
I think the only other thing that, and we've mentioned it briefly here this morning is that most especially with the short-term rentals, that we should be holding the owners as responsible as the property managers, because ultimately it's their decision to have, so many people in and out, and they should be fined as well. I think that if they're not controlling the situation, then, they need to be made aware of what's happening and how they're affecting their neighbors.
Melanie,
go ahead, Justin.
So Bill had brought that up, and here's the thing with that. Bill had talked about the aspect of holding the property owner responsible for what's going on at the residence, both with snow storage and with the parking. If it stays criminal and it doesn't go to the civil aspect, we can't hold that property owner responsible, because it has to be the person that's committing the act. So in a criminal violation, you find the person that's committing the act, whether it's a parking violation or depositing snow. So if it's criminal and we're doing infractions or we're doing misdemeanors, you have to find the plow operator that's blowing the snow that's out there. So that further complicates how we prosecute or how we go through this. And that's part of the recommendation of why we look at, can we do this civil rather than criminal? Because criminal, you only get the one person that actually carries out the act, not the property owner. We couldn't do that with the property owner in a criminal case.
Well, and if we went that way and that were to be the case, Justin, I would think that the education piece would be particularly important, but ultimately the property owner is going to suffer if we're bringing any sort of action against people renting their homes, because they're going to start hearing about it, and they're not going to get really rave reviews. Let's put it that way. And so it will begin to affect them.
Yeah, what I was trying to explain was that if it stays criminal and we don't move it all civil, is that
Right.
we would not be able to do anything with the property owner. Aaron's gone to extensive lengths of trying to create education. We've got all that information out to the B&Bs or the vacation rental companies. They have all of this information, but the problem is one is it's so profitable that they're not going to advertise that they don't have parking for their guests, of course. And then two, it's just that we continue to get new people and they just do what they want to do. Aaron, did you have something to add on all the aspects of what you've done with the parking with the vacation rentals?
Well, I definitely can tell you what we've done to date, and then I can also tell you, what we're going to be doing this summer. I realize you guys are talking into the future. But of course, we have our parking app that GIS did, and we have a plan this summer. We're launching a text campaign that's sort of, text parking to this number, and it'll automatically link you to our GIS mapping system from your mobile phone, which I think will be really helpful for our visitors. And we'll also, we have our parking cards and things like that, but I think we just need to do a little bit, we're going to get a little more creative with the visitors. I think we've sort of hammered it into the public. Locals, they know where they should be parking. But there's also, of course, that confusion between winter and summer. So we actually have a summer and a not summer parking guide, which is probably the best way to attack it. But I think that the texting program this summer will be really, really helpful. And I do have plans to come in front of council and show you how that works. And so I'll just continue to work with Nathan and the streets department to make sure that, we can get that phone number out there. Perhaps it's a decal that we add to our signage or something like that to help people and redirect them. We can even dial that down even further, like, not sure you should park here, click here, and we can send them exactly to, to the pamphlet that we have for that area. So we have some new tools coming in the coming weeks that we'll be able to launch in time for summer.
Sounds excellent, Aaron.
Okay. Yeah, and Melanie, we will look into how we can tie the property owner to the violation within any code modifications, and we'll be able to express that to the council next time we get together.
Colby.
Hi. Is there a way to revoke a business license with repeated violations?
Bessie Jo, can you answer that question?
I would say so. I would work with the prosecuting attorney on that issue. But yeah, we can revoke a business license if they don't pay their LOT. So I would think that if they have continued violations, that we would be able to revoke that. But that's certainly something I can work with the prosecuting attorney about.
Yeah, Colby, that's interesting. It might be not only do we need to revise our snow code, but we also need to revise our business license code a little bit too. So we'll look into that.
Sure. And I guess that's more geared towards the vacation rentals. I think that we have issues with them summer and winter. And I'm sure there's persistent problem properties that it seems like if we really want to get that message through to someone that is constantly having a problem, maybe being able to revoke that business license might be a good tool to have.
Yeah, we're going to look at updating some other things in the business license code. So it'll be certainly something we can look at as well.
And then second thing, I know that I've mentioned this before when we've had this discussion before, is alternate side street parking. Just like you, Nathan, I have lived in other mountain towns with lots of snow and narrow streets. And one solution that I've seen is alternate side street parking where, certain days you can park on one side of the street, certain days you can park on the other to allow for the snow removal.
Yeah, and that's a great idea in more of our urban areas where we don't have a place necessarily for those folks to park. That is a bit of a challenge for us because right now we need both sides of the street. And when the snowstorms come in, it's one of these things where we're all hands on deck. I'll have to look into that more and get myself a little more familiar with how that works in the wintertime. I see that policy a lot when they're street sweeping. You have to park on this side of the street so the street sweeping can happen over here, and then you move to the other side. But yeah, I'll look into that and see what we've got as far as options. My fear is that anything that encourages parking on the street is going to result in a conflict, but we'll look into it.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know if they still have that is the practice in Crested Butte, but I know when I was living there, that was
okay.
The practice. And those are pretty narrow streets up there, and a lot of snow. So yeah, I mean, it worked. Like I think that it might, like you said, might be applicable in certain neighborhoods or certain zones. I guess kind of circling back to the snow storage and the right of way. One question I had on that is some of that issue that there's just not space for the city to push snow to store it off the road, without like really getting into people's yards, or is it more, because I see like my neighborhood is highlighted in red, and I don't know, no one on my street has commercial snow removal.
Yeah.
And I know that the road gets narrow for sure, but it's, there's not really any space, any public space to pile snow really on the street. And so I'm kind of curious if, part of that issue is just the lack of space.
I think it is somewhat lack of space. I mean, those are, I believe those are 60-foot right-of-ways in your neighborhood. So we've been able to manage snow removal for just a 2-lane road with open ditches and 60 feet. The problem is when there are so many driveways there, and the driveways, if you take your snow from your driveway and a large portion of that snow ends up in the right-of-way, then those berms get bigger and those corners get harder to see. So teaching folks, please don't plow your snow out into the road, plow it into your front yard. Well, that's tough if, your front yard isn't very big, or you have a very large driveway. And so you need all of that space. Where we really see the violations isn't necessarily with the individual property owners that are probably doing it with their own snowblower. It's a little bit more manageable. And the other thing is it's an easy way to communicate because you've got a property owner there. It gets a little trickier when you have a contractor that's doing three or four driveways. And so being able to identify, who is the contractor, are they even licensed? We have a lot of operators in town that aren't licensed. They're not wearing their stickers. So to go out, before we would ever impose any penalty or fine, we would want to have our evidence in good order, have photos, or be fully aware of who the person is that's doing the violation. So I think in neighborhoods like yours, it's more of an education solution. But I think the low-hanging fruit are these major violators, these folks that, it's very obvious that you took all of your driveway snow and pushed it across the street. And then that impacted your neighbor's ability to manage their snow. Those are the situations I see us trying to tackle. In some of these areas where it's just, we all have to work together, I think we do a pretty good job at that.
That's all I had.
Thanks, Colby. This is Bob. The only other thing I'd like to add in, there's some excellent observations that I see in the neighborhood I live in and other parts of town. But the one thing we haven't talked about, and it's really discouraging about the towing company's attitude. So we have VRBOs that are doing exactly what Melanie described. Property management people are not, in my opinion, doing their job, educating their guests. Many of the guests, based on their license plates, are from out of state. In addition to parking on the street, they park in their neighbors' driveways. And they assume that those are second homeowners. And it's not always true. So it sounds like, as a citizen, if I was to come home from a city council meeting at 10 o'clock and there's a person parked in my driveway, there's no really recourse for me other than knocking on doors and hoping that that person would move their vehicle. That's pretty discouraging. But those things are happening, they're real, and if you want documentation, I can provide that for you. So as we look to the future, you need to, I think, be aware of that twist as well.
Yeah, I've written that down, Mayor Bob, and Justin and I will stew on that one too, and kind of evaluate what the options are there. So thanks for that input. So that's pretty much all I had, and appreciate your comments and your interest in this topic. It's obviously a big issue for us, especially during the winter. I didn't want to get too far into summer without visiting this and then really think about, okay, well, are we going to do something? It's going to take some time. We need to go back and really figure out what are the best options for the council to decide on. So I look forward to finding a schedule where we can do another work session late summer, early fall, so that hopefully, if there is kind of consensus to change things, we can get things changed before next snow season. So with that, thanks again for your thoughts, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you, Nathan. Thanks, Justin.
Mayor, if I could suggest that we take a break for about 10 minutes to give the people that were coming on for budget a chance to get here. And so just take about, I would say about 10 minutes, if that is okay with you.
Great.
And
We'll recess
Mayor,
for 10. Go ahead.
This is Bill Punkany. I just planned to be here for Nathan's presentation so I could take notes and be prepared to make code changes. Do you need me to stay for the rest of the meeting, or can I sign off?
I think it's okay if you sign off from my perspective, Mayor Bob.
Yeah, let's go with that. Thank you for
Sounds good.
asking, Bill. Great to see you, and thanks for your help. Look forward
course.
to working on this issue this summer with you.
Bye, everybody.
All right, we are on recess for 10 minutes.
Okay.
You good?
Yep.
Welcome back, everyone. It's 10:03. We've got our next guest speakers lined up, and I will turn the meeting over to Linda to moderate the next several hours.
Good morning, everyone. Linda Stokes, City Treasurer. So guess we are now moving into the budget portion of this meeting. We're going to provide an overview of the FY22 budget. First recommendations or first requests by department heads for funding for operations. We do have a few presenters. So ICRIMP will be presenting to you the deductible and premium costs and how those are arrived. TVT, Treasure Valley Transit, Terry will be presenting their FY22 funding request, and then also McPaws, Amber at McPaws will be presenting their FY22 funding request as well. And then after that, you will be hearing from the Local Option Tax Commission and to hear their recommendations for funding for the local option tax. And then we will dive into the budget. We'll have a brief overview and discussion and then take any questions or council feedback or direction at that point in time. So at that, Mayor Bob, I think I'll turn it back over to you or to Bessie Joe to introduce ICRIMP. So I'm not sure who is on the line for that.
Oh, thank you, Linda. Yes, so we have representing ICRIMP today, Justin Nyquist and Sandy Moser. And also Marty Koch from Hartwell may be joining us as well. So Justin, if you are on the line, it's all yours.
Yeah, can everyone hear me?
Yep.
All right, and I apologize, Sandy has stepped out to take care of some other things here this morning, so I'll be flying solo unless she pops back in here. And I'm not sure if Marty is on the line yet or not, but if he comes on and somebody sees if he can, announce his arrival and we can get him introduced to anybody who might not know him. So let me share my screen so I can share this presentation. All right. And can everyone see this?
Yes.
All right. Well, as Bessie just said, my name is Justin Nyquist. I'm the underwriting coordinator here at ICRIMP, and I'm going to run through really quickly kind of our member visit presentation. I'll go over a little bit about what ICRIMP is and how we're formed and why we do what we do and how we do it, and then get into the specifics of the city. As it was mentioned, the premium for the upcoming renewal, the deductible, and how we arrived at that and kind of the city's history. So let me just kick this off and we'll run through this first part pretty quickly here.
Justin?
Yes.
Excuse me, you have a gray square down in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. I'm not really sure what that is.
A gray square.
Oh, it's your Teams. So when you share your screen, you might want to just click on your presentation now and see if it'll just go back to it.
All right, let me try here. I apologize.
That's okay.
All right, how about now?
There, much better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for setting that straight before I was halfway through it. And I'll just say, if anybody has any questions during or after, just let me know. You can interrupt me and we'll address those as they come up, or afterwards you can fire away. All right, so what is ICRIMP? ICRIMP is a public entity ourselves. We were formed in the mid-'80s. Commercial carriers essentially said, public entities are too risky, we're not insuring them anymore. So the counties initially got together here in Idaho and across the country. This happened in pretty much every state. And they said, fine, we'll do it ourselves. A few years later, cities came into the program, and then a few years later, all the special districts we're allowed, and we're set up by state statute to only underwrite Idaho local government entities. So we are a public entity insuring other local government entities. We are also a licensed and regulated insurer. We're subject to DOI scrutiny, and they take a look at everything we do with every member and scrutinize it and make sure that we're abiding by everything they're telling the insurers in the state. So unlike other pools across the country, the same as ICRIM, we are different in that we're licensed and regulated by our Department of Insurance. So member benefits, yes.
This is Marty from the Hartwell Corp.
Hey, Marty.
I think we started with ICRIM. You guys started in '84. I think we started in '85.
Yep.
Representing you guys. So.
Yep, and so
anyway.
Marty at the Hartwell and his group over there are the premier agents in Idaho. They're the independent agents that help take care of the city. And they do a spectacular job keeping up all the property and the other things that we need to be able to underwrite properly and get all the certificates to you. So Marty, great that you're on the line. You missed one slide, and that was just the one with my name on it. So.
Well, I didn't miss that then.
Yeah, you didn't miss much. All right. And Marty, at any time, if you want to jump in, just go ahead and interrupt me. And we'll kind of get through this together, and then any questions, we'll address those as they come.
Well, you go for it, because Bessie Joe gets tired of hearing me talk.
So when you join ICRIM, you're not just buying insurance, you actually have an ownership stake. We're formed by a JPA that the city enters into with ICRIM and all the other 980 plus members. That JPA brings benefits that aren't in the commercial insurance world. Actually owning a stake of the organization, you're represented by the ICRIM Board of Trustees, who looks over the program and makes all the policy decisions here. And then the local governments aspect. We're actually located here right in Boise as our home office. We have a person up north, we have a person out east, but we're here in Idaho. And then one of the unique things is you have direct access to the Board of Trustees, to the management, to the director here, Sandy Moser, the underwriting director, claims and risk management. You have direct access to all those things that we bring to the program and to the city. Speaking of the Board of Trustees, just how it's broken down, we have 6 slots to represent the regions with the counties. We currently have 5 members, and we are looking to fill that 6th member way up north on our board. Then the sheriff's representative is from your neck of the woods. That's Patty Bolin from Valley County. And then the city trustees representing the city members, we have Garrett Nancolis on this side of the state and Brian Bladd, the Pocatello mayor, over on the east side of the state. Then with the special districts, their representative is Craig Rockwood with Iona Cemetery District. So that's kind of how our board is made up. And then getting into some more benefits. You know, the risk management, we have Jim McNall. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with Jim. He is I'd say the end-all be-all expert for local governments in the state of Idaho. I don't think you'll find anyone other than maybe Jerry Mason, though he's retired now, with more knowledge of local governments and how you operate. We go to all the newly elected officials training. We give the cities association all our resources and say, here you go. Then continue training at all the association conferences. And then, like I said, we're really the local resource. You can call us anytime with those risk management, governance questions, and we've got the experts in-house here to get you the answers you need so you can make the most informed decision. Then on the risk management training, you know, the 3 areas of biggest claims are employment, law enforcement, and cyber. By and far, those are our 3 areas that just hammer us in claims. Another benefit is the new member portal. We're moving all of our risk management resources and training behind into the member portal, and the city has access to that, and Bessie Joe can work with me to get some training on what exactly is in there, how to use it, how to best utilize it for the city to get risk management resources to all the employees that need it. Then I'll just run over the basic coverages of the ICRIM policy with you real quick. We have a multi-lines policy, so everything's all included in one policy. You don't get a separate policy for general liability, it's another policy for auto liability. It's just all wrapped up in the same policy. So sexual molestation and abuse, we see that mostly with kind of seasonal workers, often teenagers, and we also see some of it in the law enforcement realm. General liability, that's your personal injuries, your slips, trips, falls. If the city injures someone's person or property, the general liability is the coverage area that those trigger. Also all the sewer backups, the water main backups, water main breaks and flooding someone's basement, things like that. On auto, you've got the two sides of the property. So in an auto-on-auto crash, there's often two claims. There's the city's property with the city's vehicle and equipment, and then there's also the claim from the other driver if the city was at fault. So that's the auto liability side, where that claim comes in. Then we have employment practices. Again, this is by and far our biggest claims area. Everybody sees the headlines, the payouts from jury verdicts and courts and settlements are huge, and they're not slowing down anytime soon. So we have a lot of risk management resources towards employment. The discrimination, retaliation, whistleblower, termination, wrongful discipline, demotions, things like that fall into that area. Then policing, this is the second largest claims area we see. Personal injury, nobody likes being arrested. Having handcuffs slapped on you is a battery. It's an unwanted touching. Yeah, there are some protections there for the police department and the officers, but you can't stop someone from filing that claim. And then when they're injured, excessive use of force, then property, maybe busting down the wrong door on a search warrant. You know, you hit the neighbor's house instead, broke down their door. That falls under police liability. Errors and omissions, that's your decision-making liability. So that as the mayor and council, when your decisions are questioned and someone's challenging those, that would be an error and omissions claim. Employee benefits, if an employee, you fail to sign them up for some employee benefit that they're due, we have coverage for that as well. And then chemical spraying and rodent abatement, rodent and insect abatement. City property, we got all your building structures, mobile equipment, claims from snow, wind, hail, fire, theft, even terrorism in our policy, and then earthquake and flood as well. Looking back to the winter, I think it was 2016, 2017, with that huge snowfall, we saw snow-related property and building claims across the state that just decimated buildings all around the state. Then some of the additional coverages we have is your equipment breakdown. This is the historical boiler and machinery coverage, your ACs, compressors, boilers, your mechanical equipment. When that breaks down and it's not normal wear and tear, that's where this coverage comes in to get that replaced. Our attorney consultation for employment practices, that's where we give $2,500 towards legal help when adverse employment action is being considered. So before any action is taken, you call ICRIMP and talk to Carl Erickson, our legal counsel, and he'll either handle it or pass it off to a defense attorney that works with us on employment claims. And they will give advice on here's how you do it. Cross all your T's, dot all your I's. And we found that getting involved that early to help the cities means that if and when a claim is filed, it's often cheaper to resolve and it's faster to resolve. So that's something we've added here in the last few years as an endorsement to the policy. Cyber liability, that's a concern that's growing and growing. We'll talk a little bit about that later with the KnowBe4 and the discounts, but the cyber liability market is kind of head over heels right now. A lot of cyber carriers are saying public entities are such an easy target. They're being hit by ransomware and other malware so often that it's a losing battle for them. So a lot of companies are pulling out of the cyber insurance market and not insuring any more public entities. Crime, embezzlement, and bonding. We see embezzlement claims periodically, and then the bonding, that's the public employees surety bond, the public official surety bond, excuse me, that's required by Idaho statute, and also things like notary bonding. When you have a notary for the city that's required as part of their duties, we can cover those notary bonds as well. Then the aviation liability, we've got 20 million limit and policy for the city's airport up there. All right, so let's get into some broad overview of claims. And I'm gonna preface the next couple slides with this. If the city wants us to come and do a more in-depth claims review, we can bring our claims team, our risk management team, and our executive team, and it has to be an executive session to talk about the details of the claims. But if you want to get into specifics and kind of deep dive further, just let us know through Bessie Joe, and we can get that scheduled and bring the whole team up there and or virtually and walk through those things with the mayor and council. So over the last 10 years, the number of claims has actually been pretty fantastic for the city, 93 total claims, so that's less than 10 a year on average. The vast majority of those on the payout have been employment claims. You'll see that as the big piece of the pie there. So 76% of the payouts on claims over the last 10 years have been employment claims. And I'll say employment claim. The police liability there at the top is 5%. That's really, really good. Then you've got property over on the right with 7%. That's the green chunk of the pie. Again, over 10 years, that's a really good number for property. The city's actually doing looking at this, a fantastic job in not having lots of big claims for most of these areas. General liability is the red square or the red piece there, again, 5%. And then auto related is that 7% up there at the top as well. So that's broken out by the coverage that the claims fall under. And a lot of cities like to see the departments. So which departments are these claims happening to? Right away, it jumps out with that mayor and council. I can tell you that is essentially one claim. And back when that claim came, the employment claims were being classified under mayor and council as kind of the administrative overseers. So that's why that chunk of the pie is so big. But when you look through this, other than that one claim, nothing really jumps out at you. It's pretty well-rounded and very, very good. So as I talked about, we're putting a lot more risk management resources towards the high claims areas. Human resources, we hired a human resources risk manager, Tammy Middleton. She's the expert in human resources for any training, either in person, virtually, or online. Then we have Carl Erickson. He's our risk management legal counsel. And he's the one that's going to triage those employment calls to get you the advice and the help needed to make those decisions and do them. That will be the ultimate lowest cost and time for the city and for our defense attorneys in the end. Then this year, the discount. So the city achieved a 1% discount on the upcoming renewal by simply completing our human resources assessment. So thank you for doing that. That's to get a baseline and see where some cities and counties are at, to see what resources we can start bringing over the next year or two to the cities on things they might need and in areas they might need. Our next risk management initiative is law enforcement. Also bundle fire and EMS in that. We have Chad Sarmento, he's our law enforcement risk manager, career sheriff's deputy, both patrol and admin and in jails. And he goes around and does a lot of trainings. He's in the office today and I was kind of surprised to see him. He's always on the road. The police department up there, he completed a patrol risk assessment that got the city a 1% discount, and also either completed or verified that they've done the use of force training over the last year that got them another 1% discount for the city. He is, I believe, the only post-certified trainer in the state that's not either at post or an active member of a law enforcement organization. So he's pretty valuable in that he can bring post-certified training, which is required for all the officers up there. He can bring that to you. So there's no sending them out and paying for them to go somewhere else for some of this post-certified training they need to get done. So far, again, COVID this last year kind of put a damper and a huge slow down sign to some of these trainings. 2 officers both got 8 hours of cultural diversity and officer bias training that was post-certified so far this year. Next, cyber liability. Now, there was the chance to get a 1% discount, and unfortunately the city did not achieve that discount, and I'll kind of explain why. The city does participate in our KnowBe4 platform, and that's online training, which is reinforced by phishing test emails that are sent out. To get the discount, a 5% or lower click rate on those emails was required. In April, that phishing test email campaign was 10.8% click rate. So a few too many employees clicked on that phishing email and got that over 5%. So the discount wasn't applied to this upcoming premium. That being said, we can work with the city and figure out how to get more and better training to all the employees there to help get those numbers down. When you see click rates like this, the hope is that this is the only phishing email they have and will ever click on, and they won't click on a real phishing email that introduces a cyber threat actor into the city's systems. The most recent phishing campaign in May, that was a 17.9% click rate. So out of 78 emails that were sent out, 14 employees clicked on that phishing test email. So some follow-up training might be in order. And we can work, again, we can work with the city, just let me know. And we can get that training to the city and your employees to help this so a real phishing email isn't clicked on in the future. Then our other risk management initiatives, kind of the general liability area mostly with water, sewer, and streets, also with driving and volunteer boards. So we have risk managers, Jim McNall and then Kelly Ponanen, who is a generalist, are kind of the overseers of this group of risk management initiatives. So anytime the city needs or wants any risk management resources, training, help, advice in any of these areas, just give us a call and we'll get those risk managers on the horn for you to get you what you need. All right, so our history. Marty, you know, kind of mentioned this right when he hopped on. The city has been with the ICRIMP program for a total of 27 years. That's 18 years, the past 18 years the city's been with, and then before that it was kind of off and on. The city left and came back and left and came back. In that time frame, there have been 321 claims total, with a total payout of $1.9 million. $1.5 million of that was spent to resolve the claim, and $400,000 of that was spent in defense costs to help defend the claims. And those are generally the bigger liability claims where the lawsuits are brought. Over the past 10 years, this is a snapshot graph of the property values in the city. And again, Marty and his team do an excellent job keeping these up, keeping them updated.
No, I'm sorry. It's Bessie Joe that does an excellent job delineating by the crew.
That's fair. Well, Marty does a good job taking orders then from Bessie Joe.
That's right.
Okay. So as you'll see, it has jumped up. It's up 41% in value since 2011. And it's gone up a little bit more this current year, and we'll get to that when we go over the premium at the end slide here in a few slides. Next is payroll. So the way we determine premium on the property side is your property values, and on the liability side, the factor that we decided to go with that's the most stable and common throughout all our membership is payroll. The human factor, people cause claims. So we look at the overall payroll to get to that liability side of the premium. Since 2011, the city's payroll has been up 23%. And you see that reflected here. So moderate growth every year, which is common, and that's what we see. Next, the member contribution. That's what we call our premiums. The member contribution that the city has contributed into the ICRIM program has gone up 30% since 2011. Started there in 2011 at 132,000, and last year, which is this current year that we're in, is 172,500. And you'll see just when the property values started going up quite a bit, that's when the premium started going up. I'll throw this in as well. One of the benefits of the ICRIM program is that we are a public entity ourselves. We know the budgeting cycles, we know the budgeting needs, especially with this current or recent legislative session and some of the legislation that was passed. Budgeting is a big concern for public entities. And as a result, when big values or even moderate values are added to payroll and property, we don't jump those up at the next renewal or immediately. What we do is we like to catch up on those over a few years. So we'll slow down the premium growth to eventually catch up. We play the long game in this, and we don't react in 1 year to huge increases. So that's why you'll see on this graph with the contribution that slow catch up to where the city needs to be with their premium based on the payroll and property values that are always added. Next, we kind of look at net contribution. So over that same time frame, the net contribution in all but 2 years has been slightly in the positive. That 1 year, I can tell you that's that one claim. So overall, the city has been really, really good with the claims, as you see with this. Here's a little further breakout of that net contribution. I'll explain this in the policy here. The contribution there is the second column on the left. Then we put in the payroll and property numbers that were reported to us. Then we have the net claims. Then we have reinsurance costs. So ICRIM purchases reinsurance to back us up over a certain limit. So those reinsurance costs that we pay to back up the program that were attributed to the city are there. Then you have the agent and agency commission costs. And then the operating costs, those are just to run the ICRIM program. And that contribution minus the net claims, reinsurance, commission, and operating costs brings us to the net contribution. Down the last 3 years, you'll see those, they say undeveloped years. And that's because one, statute of limitations, and two, the long tail nature of some of these liability claims. Property claims resolve fairly quickly, usually in the same year. Liability claims, however, when it has to go through the courts with all the motions and depositions and everything like that, it drags on for years sometimes. So that's why those are undeveloped years. That's what it currently is, but that's not the final number because a liability claim could have happened last year that hasn't been filed yet. So that's why we keep those as undeveloped years and not the final numbers. And again, apart from that one claim, the city is doing outstanding. And I think the premium shows that as a result with the growth of the premium not jumping up. All right, this is where I think we might have a few questions, and I'll kind of explain the renewal premium and the deductible and how we get to that. And then if there are any questions, this is the final slide here, so we'll end at that. So we provide the estimate to the agent on May 1st to present to the city in time for the budgeting cycle. No other insurer that I know of will give a premium estimate that early. We don't get our reinsurance premium estimates until right before the renewal. They kind of hold those close to their pocket and don't let you have them too far out in advance. But with the budget cycles, we need to get those so the cities, counties, and districts can properly budget for that renewal. So the deductibles. The property deductible is $1,500. And I know this was a question last year on why it went up and how that communication breakdown happened. I frankly don't know. It was unfortunate that the city wasn't aware that the premium or the deductible had increased to $1,500 instead of $1,000. I'll throw now, we can work with the city. I'll explain the deductibles and how we get to them and why it is what it is. But if the city, still has very strong feelings and wants to work with us, we can absolutely work with the city on this. Comparable cities to the size of McCall are at or are moving to slowly to 2,500 deductibles for property. The reasons we're seeing that is one, to keep the premium in check. As the deductible goes up, the premium doesn't increase as much or doesn't increase, it stays flatter. So to kind of curb premium increases, the deductibles are increased. A lot of cities are using the deductibles to sort of hold accountable each department. It hits the departments at that department level. On the budgets when they have, a property claim, an auto claim, or, a building or equipment claim. So they're more cognizant of that, and as a result, are safer sometimes. They have that in the back of their mind and they don't want that claim to happen. So they're a little more cognizant of trying their best to not have those claims. And we've seen claims numbers go down as a result. So 2 years ago, the city was at $1,000 deductible. Last year bumped up to $1,500. It's at $1,500 again. The overall goal is to eventually get the city up to a $2,500 property deductible. Like I said, we can work with the city on how long it takes to get up there. And if the city needs anything done with it this year, we can work with you on that. If we work with the city on that, we'll honor the premium estimate that Marty's presented and that you see here for this year, knowing that next year, if the city wants to drop it down, next year it will be $1,500. Employment deductibles. We have a $5,000 employment deductible. However, that deductible is waived when and if the city calls for that attorney consult before any action is taken and follows any reasonable guidance from those defense attorneys. So when that happens, that deductible is waived. If that doesn't happen, those employment claims are subject to the $5,000 deductible. So the premium estimate for October 1st renewal is $174,192. That's up 1% from last year. And then if you take a look at the discounts, last year was a 5% or nothing, and the city got it, so 5% in discounts. This year, the city has 3% in discounts. So 2% fewer discounts, but the premium is really only going up 1%. So it's relatively flat renewal for the city. These are with payroll values of just over 4.1 million. That's up 5% from last year. And property values just over 43 million, which is a 4% increase as well. So with those increases and the discounts, the premium has gone up 1% over last year. And with that, I will end my spiel. And if there are any questions, you can start firing them at myself or Marty.
Thank you, Justin.
Thanks, Justin. This is Mayor Bob. That was a great presentation. We had the city manager, Annette, and I attended a training session where we got the big picture, kind of the same PowerPoint, only statewide with all the different groups. It was really nice to hear a very concise presentation about just the city of McCall, our history. So I'm going to ask council if they have any questions, any comments. Really interesting topic. I'll just open the floor to council members to ask questions at this point.
Bob, none for me. This is Melanie. Thanks for the wonderful presentation, though.
You're welcome, Councilwoman.
Yeah, this
Yeah, it's
Cammie,
Mike. I don't have any questions, but appreciate all the info and details. It's really helpful.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. And as I said, if there's any questions that ever pop up, you have our number. So just give us a holler and we'll work through any issues or questions the city might have.
Justin, this is Marty again. I don't know, did you touch on the split limit policy and the tort cap?
I didn't, Marty.
Okay.
But that is a good, so, you know, ICRIM, knowing Idaho and knowing Idaho local governments, we have that split limits policy. So any claim brought forth under the Idaho Tort Claims Act, the Tort Claims Act says the limit of indemnity shall be $500,000 or the limit of your insurance. So we cap that at the state cap of $500,000. That limits the city's exposure to any tort claim at $500,000, which is state mandated. Then for any claim brought outside of the Tort Claims Act, so think federal claim, those limits are $3 million for the city.
That's a very important delineation because we do have the tort cap. And then you also mentioned that we have the 20 million at the airport, and being an independent insurance agent, nowhere in the world are you going to buy earthquake and flood that is included in this policy. They're just, the ICRIMP single policy delivery system is just absolutely unequaled anywhere.
I thank you for saying that, Marty, because it kind of sounds pompous if I were to say that. But that's how we truly feel. It's exactly what Idaho.
Let me be the pompous one. Yeah.
So before, this is Mayor Bob back on again. You heard from council. Before we close out this topic, you piqued my interest on the deductible. As a member of council, I certainly don't have any problems with your recommendations of what the property deductible should be, and where you think it should be headed, you know, in terms of similar towns, similar cities, excuse me. But I guess I'm relying on some of the experts like Bessie Jo and Linda and our city manager to advise us on that. So Justin, could you kind of lead that discussion, and Bessie Jo and Linda and Annette, could you participate in that discussion? Do you see any problems with us having the deductible slowly increase to the target of 2,500?
This is Bessie Jo. You know, I don't. As Justin kind of touched on, there was a lack of or communication that I missed, or something that when we went from 1,000 to 1,500, really just sparked having this type of presentation for the council, just so we know where we're going and where our ultimate pricing will be. And I think it's just important that we know that on the forefront, so we know how to budget. And
this is Marty. I'll jump in. We provided in a letter. I didn't point it out with COVID. Communication has, I'll blame it on COVID, why not? But Justin, did you say you will honor this year at 1,000 for the rate that we've quoted if they only ask you?
If the city has strong feelings about this and doesn't want it to move up right now, granted, it's currently at 1,500. We can bump that down until October, absolutely, without any increase between now and October. And at the renewal, if there are strong feelings and coming from the city that kind of 1,000, and then the following year, so the October 1st, 2022, it will be 1,500. We can absolutely work with that, and we'll honor the premium estimate that was just sent out. If the city's okay with that 1,500 deductible, we'll keep that, and we can keep that in place and then work with the city to when it moves up and how slowly or how quickly it moves up to that eventual goal of 2,500. So it's something we can absolutely be flexible with.
So this is Mayor Bob again. I was just trying to help pin this down. I don't think council has any, I will ask them, obviously, and I would like to hear from them, but I don't think we have any problem with your proposal of keeping it at 1,500 and not changing that. And then in October, the new fiscal year, having our city employees work with you on a strategy to move it along to what you think is the appropriate number, which sounds like about $2,500 for similar sized cities and similar budgets. So that, I think, is where council would like us to head, but I would like to hear from everyone from the city that has that's on this call that has an opinion on this. And then council, please speak up if you disagree with my comment.
Well, Mayor Bob, I can just, add that we already budgeted, assuming these new deductible amounts. And again, this only really is a fact issue depending on how many claims we have. So we only incur it, of course, if there's a claim. And so we try our best to minimize the number of claims, and we try to evaluate when we get a small claim, whether or not we need to submit it or not. And I think Bessie Jo does a great job as our risk manager, working with the departments on that aspect and making sure that we're making good use of the insurance program. So I guess I don't have any issue with keeping or using the information that they've provided to us, and in good faith keeping with what they're doing with all the other cities in our same category. But if the council feels strongly and wants us to negotiate with them for the lower amount, it is just a temporary thing, right? Eventually, we're going to be on the increasing scale. But I guess I don't see it as a major issue. And Bessie Jo can chime in as well. She's our risk manager.
Yeah, I think now that we've come to terms, so to speak, that's what the deductible is, and as Annette stated, we have budgeted that way for next year. So, and we're already halfway through this year, so we're good to move forward.
Thank you, Bessie Jo. Thanks, Annette, for clarifying all of that and stating it very well. Council, you good with that? Where we're headed?
I am, Mike.
I am. This is Cammie.
I'm good.
Good.
All right, we're good to go. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you all.
Yeah. Hey, Justin, can you stop sharing your screen?
Oh, I am so sorry. Thank you for reminding me.
Mayor and council, thank you for your time. This is Marty, and as always, Bessie Joe, yell at me whatever you need.
Thanks, Marty. Thanks, Justin. I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you. And Bessie Joe, give me a call if you ever need anything.
Yeah, I'll be calling you to set up some training.
Okay, awesome. All right, have a great holiday weekend.
So Justin, before you sign off, sounds like we need some training on the cyber stuff too.
You know, and everybody across the state and the country and the world needs cyber training. The more you're reminded and you keep it top of mind, you know the current threats out there, you know how to avoid falling prey to them, the better you're going to be and the better for the city. Not only on the claim and the cost side, but I mean, just I'm sure everyone sees headlines of these cities, counties across the country that get attacked. And it is just a headache to resolve these things. It's getting more expensive and more time consuming. So the more we can train up front to help avoid that, the better it is for everybody.
This is
Thank
Marty.
you.
I just heard. This is Marty, Mayor Bob. I just heard on the pipeline ransomware that CNA, which is a company, paid $40 million of that ransomware to get the gas flowing again. So that's what it does to insurance companies too.
Yep.
Thank you all again.
Okay, bye-bye. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is a presentation of the FY22 funding request by Terry Lindenberg at Treasure Valley Transit. Good to see you, Terry. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Giles, members of the City Council, staff. Thank you for allowing me to be here today to present the FY22 budget. I'd like to note that I have requested $104,000, which is no higher than we experienced last year. So there is no increase going forward. That covers the red line, the green line, and our new blue line, which is the Bluebird Express, which starts today. I'd like to point out a couple things regarding this past year. TVT and our services, we chose to maintain a full level of service due to the passengers who need it. And we did that from the beginning of our fixed line service. We did see a ridership on the red line, the city of McCall. We did 21,444 passengers, which was a decrease of 19%. The green line commuter route, we did 9,711, which was our largest decrease. And that's because of the lockdowns and a lot of people were not working at that time. So our total ridership saw a decrease of 28%. And we're seeing that currently, you know, building back up, and we expect to see a good summer service as well. I wanted to note also that within our enhanced cleaning protocols, we maintained fogging. We did enhanced cleaning on a daily basis so that the passengers would remain safe. We also installed a plexiglass barrier on all of the vehicles to provide safety, and we also had masks available for any passengers that needed them. I also want to note that federally, still at this time, the mask mandate is, you know, on board all of the buses until September 13th at this time. That has created a bit of a challenge for our drivers and some passengers who state they will not ride until the mask mandate is lifted. So we've had some challenges there. I did want to note too that we were able, for our drivers, we received some CARES Act funding, and this was noted on the budget, and we received approximately $76,000. That was to assist our drivers with hazard pay, since they were out on the front lines, you know, every day, even in the height of the pandemic. So that has gradually decreased as the stages in Idaho have improved. So that assisted us in our enhanced cleaning protocols, as well as the PPE that we received, and that was through the Idaho Transportation Department. So we feel that in spite of it all, we had a very good year, a very safe year, and we're looking forward to that moving forward into this next year. And so I'd like to say some good news, and that is our new summer service, the Bluebird, is starting today. We're having our grand opening. We're in the middle of marketing that. Erin has worked very closely with us on this, and we'll be tweaking a few things as the summer progresses with our marketing. We've also, on behalf of ITD, they're going to be doing some public service announcements, which is their goal to increase ridership throughout the state. So we'll be doing that as well. And then I wanted to talk a bit about the McCall Transit Center. We've been working on this for several years. In May, we put out our bid for the remodel. We had a bit of a challenge come up because of the busyness with all the contractors. We put the word out to 18, one bid. And so that became a challenge for single source. So we've worked with ITD, we've worked with FTA, and just yesterday we were able to work with our architect and engineer. Nathan helped at the city. So we were able to get a cost analysis done and signed off. So we have awarded the contract, and hopefully that will start in the next few weeks. So we're very excited about that. And at this point, I will take any questions you may have of me.
Questions from council for Terry Lindenberg? She is in the building with us, and pretty interesting information about kind of a brighter future up ahead. We look forward to working with all the folks on the celebration today for the Bluebird Express. That was an idea that City Council had asked about, and today it becomes a reality. So questions or comments from council?
Hi, Bob. This is Melanie. I just wanted to tell Terry how impressed I am with how they've handled all the challenges of this last year. And I certainly wish I could be at that celebration today, but work calls. So good luck and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Melanie.
Hi, Terry, it's Colby. Yeah, I'm excited about the Bluebird Express. It's I'm excited to see what kind of ridership we get out of it, and I wanted to thank you for all your work and making it a reality. So really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. Thank you very much.
This is Cami. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
All right. Linda, do you need any more from us on this topic, or does that come later on?
I think that could come later on. I just want to point out, though, that the TVT's request of 104,000 is not currently reflected in the draft budget. Was just kind of waiting for today's meeting, and maybe some general guidance. Is that the amount that you want to start with, plug in there? Do you just want us to make a recommendation, or I can defer to Annette? I see she just popped on, but she would like to make some comments. So go ahead, Annette.
Well, as always, it's a combination of lot funding and general fund. So I think once we know what the final decision is regarding LOT allocated to the match for TVT, Then we will look at how we finance the balance remaining. Whatever's not funded by lot would come from the city's general fund, which is what happened last year as well. And so I think once that shakes out with the lot recommendations, then Linda and I can work on how we pay for the balance. But as Terry said, I think they're only asking for their match requirements for the 3 ongoing lines, right, to keep the red line, to keep our contributions towards red and green, and now this new Bluebird Express. They're not asking for anything for equipment or buses or one-time projects this year. So I'm assuming since we just are getting the Bluebird Express off the ground this summer, that the council would be interested in continuing that for the near term to see how it works. So Linda and I will take a look after the lot awards are made.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you very
Terry.
much, Mayor and
Appreciate
members
it.
of the council.
We will see you at the celebration about 1:30.
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Annette. I just wanted to make sure that when you look at how much we're out of balance at the end on the budget worksheet, that none of the external funding requests are included in the current draft in front of you. So we will bring you back more at your next meeting. So back to the agenda, McPaws is next to present. So Amber Kostoff, I think the Amber as guest on here is Amber from McPaws. So Amber, if you can unmute, or if you're on board, then, oh, there she is. So I will turn over to Amber Kostoff. Thank you.
Thank you. I just turned my video. Okay, yeah, you guys can see me too. So thanks for having me today. This is a little bit of a different experience presenting via Zoom or meetings or whatever we're on. So so bear with me if I think it's fine though. So obviously, I sent my report out a little bit ago just to sum up 2020 activities for McPaws. I think it likely goes without saying that last year was an exceptional year for everyone, and us included. It was, a big year in terms of us because McPaws went through a very significant period of growth. We, as I'm sure you all know, purchased both the Long Valley Veterinary Clinic practice as well as the Donnelly Veterinary Hospital practice. We also purchased the property and facility associated with the Donnelly Veterinary Hospital, and we merged those 2 practices together and are operating that as McPaws Veterinary Hospital out of the Donnelly location. So we staggered the closes of both of those practices. We closed on the Donnelly property in February of 2020. COVID hit in earnest in March of 2020. And then in May, we closed on the Long Valley Veterinary practice and merged that business in with the current practice that we had. So it was a learning curve, to be sure, because at the same time, we were still, of course, operating our thrift store in downtown McCall, and the shelter was continuing to offer the same services that we have for the past, almost 20 years. So it was a learning curve just because which we knew and had been preparing for to go into the veterinary business. I did not know that we would be doing that during a global pandemic, and that was a surprise. So having to kind of roll with the punches at each one of our locations to accommodate and first and foremost, keep our staff safe, keep our volunteers safe, keep our customers and clients safe. That was at the forefront. So the thrift store actually closed down for a period of about 2.5 months solid. They just were not operating. We did receive a PPP loan that was then forgiven as a grant that helped us make sure that our people if they were not able to, until they were able to qualify for unemployment benefits, that they were, taken care of. And the shelter went to reduced capacity, where we essentially went to emergency services. We halted spay-neuter operations because of the shortage of medical equipment, and we closed the shelter down to visitors. So we were trying to do everything remotely. And the same thing happened at the veterinary hospital. We went fully curbside with all of our clients. Everything was either we went out to the car to pick up animals, bring them in for their services, and then the veterinarians were communicating, and our staff was communicating with animal owners over the phone. So it feels really, really good to say that we are starting to come out of and see the other side of these challenges that have been associated with COVID, and really starting to work together with our staff, our leadership team, and the board of directors to kind of get back to the business of what we need to be doing as far as making sure that not only are we offering the public service in the animal sheltering world, as well as now the veterinary hospital and our thrift store, but also making sure that those services are growing to meet the demand that is growing in our community. Because at all three of our locations, we're starting to see some pretty unprecedented growth and demand for adoptable animals. Stray animals are still coming in pretty regularly. We're in the thick of kitten season right now, but the thrift store has been incredibly busy, even through the pandemic. Once we opened back up, the thrift store was incredibly busy with visitors coming up to McCall. And then the veterinary hospital was incredibly busy, and being able to meet that need has been something that has been challenging. We certainly feel that the merge of the two practices contributed to some of that growth and some of that increased demand. But in general, from the research that I've been doing and from reaching out and learning from other people and just talking to the people who are coming through our doors, we are seeing so many new people come to our area, and they are bringing their pets with them. And so yes, the demand is increased from the merge, but also it's just the community growth that we're seeing, and we're seeing it in Boise area as well. So, we have a referral partner, a 24-hour specialty emergency and specialty hospital in Garden City. They recently sent out a plea saying, we have to triage our visits now. Please don't refer animals unless they are actually in a life-threatening situation. Specialty visits are booking out 6 months in advance. So I felt like, even though it's a little bit of a scary situation to be in, I take a little bit of comfort in knowing that it's not just us. It's not just something that, we did and that it's a result of this merger. It really is just, I view it as I view it as MCPAWS and animal welfare organizations across the country and in Idaho, we're doing our jobs, right? We're putting more pets in more homes than we ever have before. And so now what I see the field turning to is this idea that we need to be providing care for the animals, not only when they're at the shelter, but also providing care to the animals once they're in those homes. Because a big factor and a big motivator for us to actually purchase the veterinary hospital was that we were nervous that both Dr. Houlihan and Dr. Hackus, who were the practicing veterinarians, would retire, and they would not replace themselves. They would not be able to sell their business. They would not be able to, transfer over those practices to new veterinarians. And that would have left MCPAWS in a really, really precarious position, and it would have left our service population in a very precarious position. So I feel strongly that we're on the right trajectory, because we need to be able to be ahead of that curve of being able to continue to provide care for animals beyond the shelter doors now. And that is where the future of our field really is headed. In terms of just actual activity at the shelter last year, we had our animal numbers were down during 2020, just because we saw the number of stray animals coming through really decrease. I think the fact that people were home more with their pets, that was a factor there. We also did suspend intakes on stray cats for when we were in the initial stages of the big, like, you know, the actual quarantine period. So unless there was an animal, or in particular a cat, that was in like dire danger, you know, health issues, whatever, if it was a healthy, happy cat, we tried to keep that animal out of the shelter to preserve our resources and our space, because we were down to basically a skeleton crew at the shelter at that time. But we were able to reopen intakes very shortly. I think we were only reduced for about a month. So overall, we saw about 22% of the total animals that came through our doors came from within the city of McCall. And then about 24% of those animals were then adopted back out to the city of McCall. We finished with our return to owner rate was in the high 80s, 86% of dogs went back to their home, back to their owners, and 10% of stray cats actually went back home, which is an increase. We gave ourselves a goal about a year or so ago that we wanted to get our return to owner rate for cats into the double digits. And, you know, 10%, it's just barely there, but we'll take it. It's about, I think that the national average for return to owner on cats is anywhere from 4 to 6%. So we actually did, we're actually doing pretty well comparatively. Cats just don't tend to go home as often. So we finished the year with a 97.5% live release rate, which means that about 98% of the animals that came through our doors went back out into the community as a return to owner, as adopted, or were transferred to a partner that we work with here in the state of Idaho. Yeah, overall, I think that, like I said, I'm really glad to see the COVID. It seems that things are starting to relax a little bit. We're seeing an overwhelming majority of our employees have been vaccinated, so we're able to feel a little bit more comfortable about starting to let people back in to our buildings. You know, that's something that I think we all went through it, but even though everybody kind of is in the same boat and we all know what's been happening, to a certain extent, I almost feel like we need to do some healing of those relationships where for so long, everything we did was about welcoming the community into our shelter and into our store. And we had to kind of step away from that, and it felt really strange. So we're really excited, and the staff is really excited to get back to being that welcoming, inclusive organization here, serving the area. I think that that's about all my high points that I wanted to hit. So I'm happy to answer any questions or talk further about anything.
Amber, this is Mayor Bob. Thank you. We'll hear some questions and comments from council in just a minute. I wanted to let you know, reading your report, listening to you today, it's pretty impressive, the transition that you're going through, you and your staff, and it's been a difficult year for all of us. But it was nice to hear your report out on where you're headed. It sounds like came through fine and are looking forward to a bright future. So thanks for that report. Council, comments or encouragement or questions?
Hey, Amber, it's Melanie. How are ya?
Hi, Melanie. I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. Just a couple of things. I mean, I know you kind of briefly touched on the, emergency needs for the community. Do you have an anticipated date that you might actually be able to provide, a true emergency service?
Yeah, that is the hot topic, right? And it's something that is really important to us. I don't want to jinx anything, but I have to say, one of the things that's been really holding us back in that regard, in terms of emergency veterinary services, right? is the lack of staffing. It, as I think you all know, it is incredibly hard to hire in our area right now for any position. Frankly, it's a little bit cutthroat. It's literally, I've literally lost staff members to somebody. We lost a staff member to a local dentist office because she went in for an appointment and really presented. She's lovely and she really presented herself well in the dentist office, and he called her up that night and made her an offer. So it's literally, it's been really challenging. So we're happy for her and I'm glad, but just as an example. So staffing has been a limiting factor there. And in particular, hiring veterinarians has been incredibly challenging. There is a nationwide shortage of veterinarians. There are last time I checked, there were 32 positions, veterinary positions, full-time staff positions listed on the AVMA website just for the state of Idaho. There were close to like 54 or around over 5,000 for the country. So we have been able to hire one full-time veterinarian, our director of veterinary services, Dr. Matt Cook, and he's been on since October. We feel incredibly lucky to have him. He's doing a great job. And then we have two other part-time veterinarians. Dr. Janet Houlihan has been on with us since the merge, and I have to toot our horn a little bit. She was only going to stay on through August of 2020 and has really been enjoying herself and she's really been such a cheerleader and really believed in what we were doing. And I'm happy to say she's going to continue working with us for the next 2 years as long as her health allows. So she'll continue. So I'm really happy about that. And then we were able to hire Dr. Linda Donnerkiel as another part-time veterinarian who she recently sold her practice in Boise and has a home here locally. So we're managing the caseload right now. To be able to offer more expanded services really does require us to have another veterinarian and then be able to hire the support staff associated, because the balance of work and home life has to be there. We cannot burn our people out by being on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because then they will leave and we will all be in a much worse place. So, and I know that you all understand that. So really, like, there's a long-winded way to answer that. The limiting factor on emergency or expanded services has been hiring another veterinarian. We did just have, and that's where I'm coming back to this. I don't want to jinx us, but I do feel, so I don't want to go into too much detail, but we did just have a veterinarian come visit and do a working interview. She's originally from the greater area. She's from Idaho County and has family here fairly locally and is interested in coming back. We all really enjoyed having her. She worked for about 3 days with us this week, and it was wonderful. And there is a very good chance that a job offer is going to be extended there. So if that was the case, then I would be anticipating that I'm very hopeful that we could have another vet on by before the end of the year. And then if that was the case, I think that the next step towards expanding services is going to be having regular Saturday hours, which I think it's not a 24-hour emergency veterinary hospital, but it is reducing the amount of time that if somebody has an animal that needs assistance on a Friday, it's reducing the amount of time that they have to wait before they could potentially get an appointment by half. So if we had regular Saturday hours, I feel like that is an excellent, and has always kind of been my goal as a baby step to get to more expanded hours. And I think, again, I'm knocking on wood as I say this, I'm kind of starting to see that in sight before 2022.
That'd be great.
Yes.
Well, I just want to commend you on getting through this last year as well as you did. And I also want to thank you for not burdening the lot tax this year. I mean, we're seeing a lot of requests, and I think it's really important to point out that you did not go for that this year.
That's something, actually, I forgot to point that out. Thank you. And it was just something that has been on our mind for honestly the last couple of years, going through these lot cycles and going and presenting, and the lot commission has, and this council has always been so generous with McPaws in that regard. And so that was another a little icing on the cake for us to be moving into, like, because the veterinary hospital is a whole new revenue stream that's generating for us. And so it was like, okay, we can take a step back from that and kind of let there be more funds available and be a lot to help, really, what's the word I'm looking for, to kind of help support some of the smaller growing nonprofit organizations in our community, because that was really what it did for McPaws when we were a younger organization. So it was exciting to be able to do that.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to answer any other questions.
I think you gave a thorough presentation, Amber. Thanks for all the work you do in the community, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Amber. I don't have any questions, but definitely appreciate everything you do and appreciate the informative time that you just spent with us.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Amber. I appreciated all of the details on the intakes and everything, and thank you.
Yeah.
Amber, thanks very much. We'll I'm sure be talking to you soon, and we will move on to our next topic, but thank you for joining us under the Teams environment. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Have a great day.
Okay, so the next presentation on your agenda is by the Local Option Tax Committee to present their funding recommendations for fiscal 22 lot. I see, I think Amanda Payne is here on the line, and I'm not sure who is presenting for the Lot Commission, so I'll turn it over to Amanda and or Bessie Jo.
Yes, hello everyone. Oh, you want to go ahead, Bessie Jo?
Yeah, let me just start real quick.
Please do.
And then I'll turn it over to Amanda. So I just wanted to say that the Lot Commission really worked hard this year. They had a lot of applications, as you all know, 50 applications with $1.3 million in requests. And then with council direction and with support of community feedback, the council, their $200,000 was taken right off the top for parks and recreation. Also, through council's priorities and again through community feedback, funding was taken off the top for to fund sidewalk maintenance and housing. Those are both very large dollar items as well, which left about $295,000 for the commission to distribute to the other 48 applicants. So again, Amanda Payne, the lot administrator, is online, as well as Paul Christensen, the lot commission chair. So I'll turn it over to Amanda. Thank you.
Oh yeah, thank you everyone. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so you guys can follow along. And I believe this spreadsheet is also a part of your packet, but it's kind of the priority funding that the commission agreed upon and voted on. And then I know Paul is on the line to kind of go over some of the reasoning, answer any questions you might have. He did a great job, so I'm sure he'll be able to answer anything you need to know. Are you there, Paul?
Yes, I'm here. And
Perfect.
as far as recommendations to the mayor and city council, the 7 lot commissioners met April 1st. We had some new commissioners, so they were oriented. We also, the budget was set at 767 minus the 200,000, so we had 567,000 that Bessie Jo mentioned. We did review for the new commissioners the local tax commission guidance, which we use as far as following the state and the city local laws. It was challenging this year because of the number of applicants we had and our limited funding. It is interesting that talking with the citizens and some of the presenters, they did mention that there was this 12% increase in lot funding this year, and having to kind of explain, how we were going to have to decide on how we could disperse as much of that money as we could, even though the 200,000 was taken off. So we met on the 11th. We had the 5-minute presentations by 30 of the applicants, and then on the 12th, we also listened to the presentations from 30 of the applicants. We did have the packets prior so we could review all the applications before we listened to the presentations. And then on Friday, the 14th, we met and used the guidelines. We also use a evaluation criteria for each of the applicants, and then the discussion. This year, there was much more discussion than the last 3 years that I've been on the commission, and it was a long meeting, and it was difficult because we had to, what we did is just real quick, and that is that we did come up with our priority this year, and the priority for the commission was affordable workforce housing, the children's programs, the parks, public transportation, which was the Treasure Valley Transit, matching funds as best we could do with the Chamber of Commerce, and then Payette Land Trust land purchase and how the lot could facilitate that as far as a benefit on the long term for the citizens of McCall. We did also ask for priorities on the organizations such as the parks and the Chamber and Manchester ICE, as far as what would their priorities be when they had multiple applications. And then the other thing is, as we make the discussion, what we do is we will vote yes, and then the amount, and then we'll have a contingency fund. And then there are times when this year that we weren't able to, or our recommendation was not to fund some of the programs. So I'm open to any questions, or we can review the recommendations.
Council questions for Chairman Paul Christensen, or for Amanda Payne or Bessie Joe?
Bob, this is Melanie. I have one comment here, not necessarily a question, but in all of our housing discussions, we're looking at prioritizing funding the City of McCall community development and housing initiatives, but we've left out the West Central Mountains Economic Development Council in hiring a professional in this field. And I feel like we are really cutting ourselves short by doing that. I feel like we should cut into our housing budget to actually bring a professional into this community that will solely be focused on housing. So that's my comment.
Well, our discussion on this is in the past, when there's been a salaried employee request, we have not felt like that was within the criteria. And so that was the reason we did not fund that 15,000 for part of the salaried employee.
You know, and that's a dual-edged sword, because a position like this does have full community benefit depending on, you know, how it works out. So I disagree with that, and I just wanted to make that point.
Thanks, Melanie, for asking that. Paul, thanks for your explanation. And let's move on to other council members. Any thoughts for Commissioner Paul Christensen?
Yeah, Paul, it's Mike Machezek. In going through everything, it appears to me you guys probably had a lot of deliberation, and it was not an easy process, and that there are inevitably many people that are, or organizations that are disappointed that they didn't get as much funding as they would. So I would have hoped for, but it seems to me that you probably had some challenges there this year, because there are some big numbers there up at the top. So I very much appreciate everything that you guys have done, and I know it couldn't have been easy. Those were all my comments. I didn't have any questions.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, Paul, I thank you for doing this and spearheading it. You know, as being on the lot commission previously, I understand the hurdles that you have to go through and the deliberation that it takes to come up with, you know, to allocate and try to make everybody happy. So thank you for all your work.
Colby?
Yeah, that's a pretty daunting list of projects you had in front of you. I really appreciate the commission's work on narrowing this down and funding all these priority projects. I guess the only probably one question I would have might be for Annette in relation to this, hot off the Treasure Valley Transit funding recommendation. I guess, are we going to be seeing any issues with the city budget in relation to the proposed funding for TVT?
Well, we're still working through our estimates of what we'll receive in general fund property tax revenues, which you'll hear about in a little bit because of the new legislation that was passed that's limiting our budget authority. But in terms of lot, couple of things I would like to mention. One is going back to Mr. Christensen's comment that they heard from some folks about the increase in lot receipts this year. And while we had a strong year that we thought may not have happened because of COVID, and obviously it was the opposite. We saw a lot of visitors to our area. Even with that, due to mini staycations, that type of thing. And so we did have lot receipts come in pretty strong this year. But as you know, each lot budget or list of recommendations is a year-by-year process. And so those increased revenues that we received above what we were estimating in the current year went to fund the items that were on the contingency list already approved by the council during our budget process last year. So those increased revenues are not part of what is being projected for next year's projects, which is the list you're looking at today. We have to allocate, as the money comes in, we go ahead and fund through the list as far as we can get each year. So in respect to your question, Colby, you'll see that Treasure Valley Transit is the first item on the contingency list to be funded if revenues come in more than budgeted for next year. And that has happened. I think just in the recent past, I think we have been able to fund some of the contingency in this current year. I think we're getting through almost all of them. So I think the chance that they'll get funded is still pretty high. And then again, they're asking for less money than they have overall in the past. So I think we'll be able to take care of their budget request between the general fund and this resource, assuming that we continue to receive the lot revenue at the rate we have in the past. Does that help?
It does, yeah, thanks. I just wanted to check in on that one. And of course, the housing initiative is pretty important for me. I see that it's recommended for $50,000 short of the remaining funds requested. So I guess we got something going in that direction.
Yeah, and so in respect to that amount, I did touch base with Michelle. And so as you know, the primary use of those dollars is to pay for the incentive program that the council has already adopted. And we have quite a number of developments that are in the entitlement process now that could qualify for that money. So I anticipate we will be using it. And if everyone that has applied or has put in land use applications for housing developments does follow through and they do apply for the deed restriction, et cetera, then we will have to find some other money if we only have the 100,000, because I think we have more units in the pipeline than this will pay for, which is a good problem to have, right? Because that's what we're trying to accomplish. We're trying to incentivize these new housing units and they're starting to come in. So we're very excited about that.
Would you suggest we, instead of trying to fully fund that in the contingency item?
Well, I try to look at this from the holistic view of the entire budget until we can really nail down our property tax estimate. I am hesitant to in a vacuum, make changes to the lot commission's recommendation list at this time, only because they went through such a thorough process. And if we have the ability to take care of some of these priorities, then that's great. If we don't, we would have that additional conversation with council. Bessie Jo, can you remind me at what point we typically have the council do the final approval of the lot funds and get direction to process all the contracts? Is that before October 1?
Oh,
I mean,
yes,
it's all
of course.
part of this process, right? So we have another opportunity to review it.
Right. We try to lock them in when they when they set tentative budget is when we ask that they lock in the numbers for LOT, and then when the budget gets adopted, subsequently the LOT is adopted at the same time. So so the tentative budget in July would be when that we would want to lock those numbers in.
Yeah, so I guess in today's meeting, if you have any initial concerns or requests of myself and the staff to look at switching anything around, that would be great feedback for us to hear. Or if you're comfortable, that's great too. Or if you feel the priority of the contingency items should be adjusted, that's I think the point of this morning's discussion is for you to have a chance to ask Mr. Christensen about their recommendations and see if there's any concerns you have. And I believe you received a couple comments in the public comments that were forwarded to you this morning regarding the lot applications.
I think that's all I have. I really, again, appreciate that this was a challenging year for the lot commission to try to sort out who and how much to fund. So thanks again for all that work you put in on figuring this out.
Chairman Christensen, this is Mayor Bob. I have no suggested edits or things to look into. Commission did a great job. I understand how difficult it is. I used to serve on the LOT Commission years ago, and it's way harder now. So I think you heard quite a few compliments from council. We're comfortable with where you have brought us today. And as Bessie Jo stated, we have time to think about this a little more, and I guess we make a final decision during the tentative budget process. Is that correct?
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to work with the mayor and the council, and it was a challenge. I'm still staying up at night stressing over it, but that's part of what you have to do every day. Thank you.
All right, Linda, back to you.
Okay, give me just a minute. I'm going to pull up my notes here. Okay, so now property tax. It was a really exciting legislative session as all of the property tax bills were coming forward and being looked at the last minute. The state legislature and the mayor, the governor did approve and sign House Bill 389, which is the omnibus property tax bill. In your packet is a summary that was prepared by AIC, Association of Idaho Cities. It's very thorough. I'd kind of like to walk through the highlights of that with you and just attempt to summarize kind of what we're faced with this year. So currently the tax commission is working on revising the LO2 form and worksheet. I've not heard anything more about that. I know that they're working on that. So I'm anxious to see what that looks like when they finally get something out to us. The state tax commission, I think it was the state tax commission. However, there was a training held yesterday down in Boise for the county clerks and treasurers. I talked with Doug Miller, this county clerk, earlier this week, had a conversation about it. So I thought maybe it was available to cities, but it was not. So I plan to schedule a meeting with Doug and just get an update on what he learned and about the new House bill, and maybe some questions, get some of my questions answered regarding that. So more to come on that at your next meeting. So that's kind of the work that's going on behind the scenes in trying to implement this new House bill for property taxes. So that said, this House bill revised the budget cap calculation. It still uses the highest levy rate for the preceding 3 years. So in our case, since we did participate in the governor's public safety grant initiative for the COVID in fiscal 21 and provided tax relief to our citizens, our highest preceding tax year levy was from fiscal 20. And
Linda, are you intending to share your screen so we can see the?
Oh, yeah, I just made a memo with my notes. I can do that. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, you don't have to. I thought maybe you were walking us through your spreadsheet, but that's fine. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, I have some questions on the spreadsheet, so I just wanted to kind of just discuss the calculation and the changes, if that's okay. I just don't want to set an expectation that what I've calculated is what the rates are going to be. I'm kind of waiting until I hear back from Doug Miller and the tax commission as far as the calculation. And I have a couple of questions related to the calculation. So I just kind of wanted to go through the highlights. I can share my notes though, if everybody would like a visual, so I can share my screen. I think I can, anyway. And, okay, can everybody see that? Oh, I don't want full, I want just one page. I always struggle with, okay, is that big enough for everyone or do I need to make it bigger? Probably bigger, I'm assuming.
Yeah, just a little bigger, I think would be good.
Okay. How's that?
That's better, thank you.
That good? All right.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So anyhow, so reflected in your budget is as a base number until I get clear direction from the tax commission and the county is our preceding highest 3-year budget, which tax levy, which is the 6.3 million. That's what I used to calculate the 189,000 3% increase. A change and part of the calculation for calculating our budget cap, the amount that we can increase our budget, is using a preliminary levy rate. And in order to calculate a preliminary levy rate, I need to have the most current taxable market value. I can use last year's, but to give us an estimate, which I have, not last year's, we would use the fiscal 20 levy rate, I think. And that's one of my questions is, how they perceive that this preliminary, I cannot talk today, I do apologize, how the preliminary levy rate will be calculated. So we will need the most current market value. So June 7th, the county assessor will be sending the preliminary values to the state tax commission. I did find out that the Board of Equalization will hear appeals from June 29th through July 2nd. So that's where if people think they're being assessed at too high of a value, they can appeal to the Board of Equalization and then they have the authority to make some adjustments. So then the county auditor will notify us, the city, of our taxable market valuation on or around July 30th, which is, when is our budget? Which is, I usually can get some estimated values from June prior to our work session that we have in July. So I'm hoping that she will be able to provide us with an estimate at that time too. So the biggest, I think the largest impact in all of that is the new construction and annexation. And then also a limit to 8% total increase. So new construction, we can only take 90% of the taxable market value of our new construction going forward. And so if we take the 3% and we take new construction, the maximum amount we can increase our budget to is $500,000. So to calculate your 8%, you use the taxable value of the highest preceding 3 years, the highest value, which is the 6.3. So I've calculated that we can increase our budget by 505,000. So if we take the 3%, just a second, I didn't put that number on my schedule. And we take, so let's see. 61. If our new construction exceeds 316,000, we will only be able to take the 316,000. So that's the maximum of new construction and annexation that we would be allowed to take under this new House bill. Last year, our new construction netted us 142,000, 145,000. So at this time, I don't know what our new construction value will be. There is an exception for the termination of revenue allocation areas for urban renewal districts, which we do have our first revenue allocation area is sunsetting this year. Revenue allocation areas are supposed to be outside the 8% cap. I did receive some email this morning that I'm questioning that now, but so asking for clarification from the State Tax Commission on that. However, that's what the summary from AIC is stipulating. So in your budget packet, I have estimated new construction and an increase due to the revenue allocation area sunsetting. So there is an estimate in the current budget packet that you have in front of you. However, depending the determination from the State Tax Commission and how they edit the L2 worksheet, that is subject to change. So the confusing language for me is the sunsetting revenue allocation areas formed after December 31st, 2006. I know ours goes back quite a number of years, but I am told that all sunsetting revenue allocation areas would be subject to the 80% increment value. So we would only be allowed to take 80% of our increment value, which as of last year was it's going to take a while to open. Okay, here is my spreadsheet. So our increment value, at least as of last fiscal year, as of 2019 tax year, was $89,683,510. So 80% of that is only the 71 million, which would net us, let's see, is my math not working? 309,000 we would be able to take of our new construction, which are of our increment value, which will be shown on the new construction. So basically, okay, I am going to show my spreadsheet in it. I apologize. Before the House Bill 389, we would have netted 386,000, but only being able to take 80% of that increment value gets us to 309,000. And that is based on using last 2000 fiscal 20's levy rate. So this is going to change based on what our preliminary levy rate works out to be. So, so basically these are just some estimates just to kind of give you an idea of what the impacts of this House bill may be. So I should have better numbers when I come back to you in June at your next budget work session. So the timing of our sunsetting urban renewal district is a little unfortunate, but they were looking at a whole bunch of different percentages. And so I think 80% is better than what it could have been. I guess I'll stop there and see if there's any questions on how we would calculate our maximum budget cap. Okay, hearing none. The House Bill 389 also changed how foregone levy would be assessed, or the process for levying foregone. Our current foregone balance is $591,064. So there's a couple of 2 or 3 things going on with the foregone levy. So one of which is we would be limited to 1% of our property tax budget for maintenance and operations. So we would need to calculate our budget and operations amount, and we could take 1% of that. And if we choose to do so, we can then add that 1% to our future budget levying. So just like in the past when we've levied foregone, we could levy it and then continue to include that in our budget levies in future years. So in this instance, 1% of our total budget for maintenance and operations, we can levy, and then we can carry that into the future. The other way to levy foregone is to, we're limited to 3% of our capital budget, our budget for capital projects. So if we choose to levy for capital projects, that levy does not go into our base. So once the projects that we levied that 3% for are completed, those dollars would no longer be carried into the future for budget to cover other budget items. There is an exception to the foregone cap. So the city can levy more foregone for maintenance and operations that would go into our base for future levying. However, if that decision is made to do that, we cannot take a 3% increase. We cannot take any new construction or annexation increases, and we cannot reserve any of those amounts to use as foregone in future years. So I think if, you know, there might be some years where we don't have very much new construction, it might pencil out that we could get more budget increase if we needed it for either capital or for operations. It just depends on the year and how the budget is looking and the level of services we need to provide. It might pencil out that we would want to look at the potential of taking foregone for O&M. Our foregone is relatively small compared to some cities. The county, I think, has $1 million in their foregone, and I know some other cities have an excess of $1 million. So in our instance, I think we would just have to do the math to see if that made sense to us. Any questions on that for foregone? You know, and I think we would still have to do the resolutions to levy foregone and held the public hearing and all of that process. That did not change. Okay, in House Bill 389, the homeowners exemption was changed. It was increased from 100,000 to 125,000, and it is no longer indexed for growth. And another item impact of House Bill 389 was that it states that cities can, if they choose, deduct the additional 25,000 from your new construction roll in the following year. So I'm not sure exactly, I've not tried to, I don't even know how many exemptions, homeowners exemptions we have in our area. I'd have to take a look at those numbers. I'm not sure what the impact of that would be. So I can't really answer any questions about that, but I can, if there are some questions, I can take it to the county or to the State Tax Commission to get more clarification on what the thinking was behind that. So what that increase in the homeowners exemption does, it provides some tax relief to year-round residents who qualify for the homeowners exemption, but it would potentially push an additional tax burden on second homeowners and commercial properties. And they have House Bill 389 made a couple of changes, or a change in land use. So changes in land use classifications will go on to the roll when the construction is complete. So that is a change on when things will go on to the new construction roll. And there are some changes to personal property tax and business personal property tax as well. Transit personal property tax will be fully exempt beginning January 1, 2022, and the state's not providing any replacement dollars. I currently don't know how much, if any, that we have on the transit personal property tax rolls. I had a brief conversation with the county clerk, and we would have to figure out what that may or may not be, how much that is. So by visiting with Joan Fulmer, or the State Tax Commission. The other personal property tax is, the other tax is business personal property tax. A few years ago, the exemption, the state provided an exemption for up to 100,000 per taxpayer per county. And they did provide replacement revenue at that point in time, and ours was about $30,000 that we received in replacement dollars. It's now increasing to 250,000, and the state will provide replacement revenue for that additional amount. And that'll come from the sales tax revenues at the state level. And as with the previous replacement revenues that we received, it is a fixed amount, so it will not increase year after year. So once we get it, that's what it is. And again, I don't know how much we do have on within the city of McCall for personal property tax. We don't generally get a breakout to that level. We just get the taxable values. The other thing that House Bill 389 did is it increased the circuit breaker maximum income levels from 28,000 to 31,000 per household, or 185% of the poverty guidelines. And the maximum relief per household was increased from $1,320 to $1,500 per year. So it will provide some relief to those that qualify. And there's also a relief is prohibited for those folks who own homes that are over 125% of the county average assessed value from receiving any homeowner's exemption. And I guess that they would have available, anybody who met that qualification would have available to them a property tax deferral program that they could apply for. So I think that is the summarization of the House Bill 389. And are there any questions? No questions? Okay.
Linda, it's cool. Yeah, I guess it's kind of clear as mud for me. Is this going to make life more difficult or better for us?
It's going to make life more difficult. I think we won't be able to take 100% of our new construction. I think over time, that's going to impact our ability to have growth pay for growth. If we need to provide additional law enforcement, additional snow removal equipment, I think it could make things challenging. It's not as bad as what they were considering earlier on in the year. I really don't think it's going to fix the problem that they're trying to solve at the state level. So I think there's going to be more to be seen on this issue. So the governor's comments when he signed it was he wasn't sure it was going to accomplish what they were trying to. And I agree with him, but he signed it anyway. So I think it is what it is, and we'll have to adjust and see what happens. I think there's going to be more in coming years, so we'll probably have some changes yet again next year.
Colby, I think the challenge that Linda touched on at the beginning is that this creates some very condensed timing issues for us to create the budget for you by the statutory deadlines, because a lot of the formulas talk about using an estimated current year number, and you need this other current year number, and those things aren't available until almost like 10 days before you're adopting the budget. So it does create a challenge in terms of us doing a precise job and estimating what we think should be in the proposed budget that we think will be balanced, and then we could get a surprise right at the last minute when we get like official numbers from the tax commission and the county on our property values that may cause us to make last minute changes right before you're adopting the budget if we've overestimated our revenues and have to cut something back. And so I think that just in terms of long-term challenge, yes, we're going to be missing out on revenues that would have supported ongoing services in the community that are, as Linda said, as growth continues. You may have read in the paper that the city of Caldwell actually adopted a 120-day development moratorium, and they've stopped all development while they figure out what the impact of this new legislation is. And we're in a little different spot where we don't have people actively annexing large tracts of land into the city and asking for gosh darn it, I'm sorry. Somebody was calling on my line and it kicked me out of the meeting. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, you're back on, Annette.
Okay, sorry about that. When the phone, gosh darn it, they're ringing again. Hold on. Okay, am I still there?
Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. Anyway, so it's impacting different cities differently. Those of us that are having high growth, high demand, it's definitely going to put a kink in our ability to fund services to meet the demand that is coming. And so those folks down in the valley that are seeing large annexations and the development and extension of new infrastructure are particularly concerned. Here we've been focused on infill development, and we, as a city, our policy is we don't annex people in. We wait for them to ask to be annexed in, and we have a potential maybe down the road of some of that happening, but we're not exactly in that same really super growth situation that the folks down in the Treasure Valley are in. But yeah, it's definitely going to make it a little harder for us to budget appropriately for services.
Especially to get to an exact, almost exact property tax levy amount.
Yeah, it's a very short window of time, which was one of the points that was provided to the legislature in their deliberation, the timing issue, but they proceeded as is.
It should be no surprise this year.
Yeah. So anyway, Linda's doing a great job trying to monitor all this and all of the advice on how to figure this out and apply it. And so I feel confident we'll have good numbers for you when we get closer to August.
I hope so. I've done my best estimate that's included in your property, in your budget, as far as my first reading of the House Bill 389 impact. So it'll be interesting to see when we get better documents from the State Tax Commission, and I can find out what the county clerks learned yesterday, how that compares. So it's going to be a fluid process this year, I do believe. So anyone else have any questions? I know that was a lot of information and a little convoluted, trying to walk through all of that. So happy to answer any further questions. Okay, so are we ready to move on to the just a general overview of the FY22 budget draft in front of you? All right. As I said before, the current draft in front of you reflects, maintaining our current levels of service. It does not include any request for any increases in levels of service. Outside funding requests are not included in the budget that you have in front of you. And there's no capital in there at this time as well. So Staff is currently writing and reviewing their CIP worksheets, and those will be turned into finance the first part of June. And at your next budget work session, you will receive the CIP in a draft format for your consideration and guidance. As part of the local option tax, the streets LOT is a component of that. And so I just wanted to point out that we estimate revenues of 2.254 million, so 2,254,000. So that is included in the packet you have in front of you. And I believe Tracy is on the line, and so she can talk to you a little bit about the personnel that's also in the budget packet. And so Tracy, if you'd like to speak to the council a little bit about what you have for personnel.
Sure, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. So Annette and I have met and reviewed the personnel cost increases as far as wages and salaries and what that might look like this year. When we met last, we were really focusing on maybe a smaller market increase and then doing a larger merit pay to show some appreciation really for all of the work that our employees provided last year throughout the pandemic and all of the craziness. After actually entering some of the numbers and really looking at the data nationally as well as within the state, it's ultimately a larger benefit to our employees for us to do a larger market increase. There's also an advantage to the city for recruiting purposes in doing that, simply because that would shift our salary structure as well, so that it helps us stay in line with the market essentially, and remain competitive with peers in our area as well as throughout the rest of the state. So after running some numbers and going through the different scenarios and the ultimate costs, what we entered into the budget is proposing a 2% market increase that would be effective on October 1st. That's why I say it's a greater advantage to our employees, because the higher wage is in effect for a longer period of time, as opposed to the merit increase becomes effective in February. So even if they had a higher merit percentage, it has less of an impact on their overall annual wage. So we were looking at maybe a 1% market, 3% merit. What we ended up going with initially is a 2% market and a 2% merit. Again, the potential for an employee would be an overall increase of 4%, assuming they're, performing well and they have a good performance review in February. And the overall cost increase of that, of the 2% market, 2% merit, and this is kind of assuming that everyone, all employees receive high marks, et cetera, is about $183,000, and that's across the whole city. Excuse me. This does include the, if you'll recall last year, we set up the new pay structure and kind of pay philosophy for the police department, specifically for the sworn law enforcement officers. They are basically guaranteed an annual step increase of 3% on their anniversary of hire date or promotion date. So that number does include those 3% wage increases for the police, and it then does not include the 2% merit because they, the merit increases were eliminated for the PD based on the implementation of the step increases. So again, the overall across all funds is 183,000. That is for salaries and wages. The benefit side, right now we're looking at an increase of $114,000. I have not changed that since we met last because I don't have any new information. So that is still based on a projected 8% increase in health insurance, premium increases, and then 5% for dental. Here in about 2 weeks, I will be going to a IIIA Board of Trustees meeting where we will actually have access to that rate information and have the recommendation from the actuary who advises the trust board on what type of rate increase they are going to need to take to ensure that the trust is in a safe position and is protected for high claims or anything that might happen out of the ordinary, like the pandemic. So at this point, we do have a couple of comings and goings, if you will, with staff. I have not updated this sheet at this time because a lot of these changes are quite recent. We have a couple of employees departing in community development, and we have replaced them with new employees, and that will have some impact just on the benefit cost numbers primarily, because if you have maybe an employee who had a full family benefit, which is about $22,000, and then that employee was replaced, or a new employee is only a single employee, there's about a $10,000 savings there. So once those changes, I guess, are kind of brought up to date, you will continue to see these numbers change as we're able to hire and fill new positions. We have received a couple of requests for additional staff in some departments, and those have also not been entered into the budget yet. We're still working with department heads and Annette to come up with really well thought out and good justification, documentation to show the need for those additional positions. I think at this point that really what I have to report, primarily just letting you know we're still at looking at the 8% increase with health insurance. We'll know more in 2 weeks, and the personnel at a 2% market increase effective October 1st, and then a potential for a 2% merit increase effective in February. I'm happy to answer any questions. Hearing none, I'll turn it back over to Linda. Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy. So I'm trying to find my agenda. Just a sec. So I think now, unless Annette would like to say a few words, we're ready for some council discussions. There's quite a few department heads that are on the call right now. So if there's any department specific questions, there are a few folks that are online that can answer your questions, and those that are not in attendance right now, we can take down those questions and then get back with you with answers for those questions. If you look at the budget worksheet summary provided, it looks like we're not very far from being balanced. However, there's a number of items that are not yet included in this draft budget. So it's gonna be a little bit of an uphill battle, I think, to get us to balanced. And so you'll see staff will be working on the budget between now and your next work session to refine the numbers that are in there and make sure that we have captured everything that we need to. So I guess I'll turn over to Annette for some comments. I think you're muted, Annette.
Thank you. My only other comment is that we're also working on the capital improvement plan budget to have that as part of the next work session, I believe, at the end of July. So you'll get a much more comprehensive look at the full budget at that point.
So Linda, this is Bob.
Yes.
I want to make sure I'm tracking where you're at.
On the agenda?
Yes, on the
Okay.
agenda. I've got 3 bullet statements. First one's property tax, House Bill 389 omnibus. You got that done. Second bullet statement is overview of the draft fiscal year 2022, the 22 operations and maintenance budget. We got that worksheet summary. The third bullet statement says council discussion and direction on budget. Is that where you would like us to be?
Yes, that is where I see that we are. And so, if you've had a chance to take a look at the budget, any comments, any questions, anything you'd like to share that would give us some guidance working forward to the next meeting.
Council, any items you would like to share at this time to provide some guidance? So while they're thinking about that, I wanted to just pass along an observation about the personnel stuff. I'm hoping Tracy's still on with us. Annette and I attended that spring workshop with AIC, and I think ICRIM presented and a bunch of other people and cautioned us a little bit about, these are my words, when we do performance evaluations as a city, when department heads do that, and Annette reviews those, the caution that we got from these experts were, if everybody is getting the maximum merit and they're all great performers, that may be a bad precedent. That may not be actually what's happening. So Annette probably took better notes than I did at that meeting, and she could probably pass along her philosophy as a city manager on that, whether we're like a bell curve, or in our case, whether we believe that 90 to 100% of the people are in that high performance stage. I would ask you to work with her on that.
Well,
so when I heard Tracy's projection for us, I took that as you're being conservative in the budget side, and that it's possible that we could have every employee get a merit increase. And so that's the number you're showing, but that may not be what's actually played out during the performance evaluation process. Am I interpreting that correct, Tracy?
Yeah.
Yes, you are correct.
Yeah. So in the 3 years that I've been here, I've been through 2 evaluation cycles where there was a merit pool, and then last year we did not allocate a merit pool. So the 2 cycles I went through, I can tell you that it was not uniform. We did not give everybody the same amount of merit raise. It definitely was a bell curve. So we don't, I think the supervisors, managers, department heads look at our scoring and rating criteria and evaluate people fairly, and then assign, their recommendation based on their performance as expected. And I don't think we have any issues of folks overinflating or everybody gets the maximum or anything like that.
Thanks for explaining that. Both of you appreciate it.
Hey, Bob. This is Melanie.
Yes.
I'm afraid
Melanie.
I'm gonna have to log off, Bob. If you have any other questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them right now.
Well, one thing that's on our agenda is that I think it'd be good to have input from everyone on city council is a review of the council of our salaries. That's Agenda Bill 21-154. Is that a pretty brief introduction to that? Can we catch that before Melanie leaves?
Yeah, if everybody's ready to move on.
Well, I'm not sure we're ready to move on. We may have to come back, but I think it would be wise to try to get everyone's input before Melanie leaves. That's all on that item.
Okay, well, I can do a quick introduction. Basically, every election year, so every 2 years, the city council has the opportunity to evaluate their salaries and possibly change those salaries. So currently, a council member salary is $250 and the mayor's salary is $400. The last time that it was increased was in 2019. And that was the second increase in 26 years. So our city is, our council is on the bottom of the scale of council pay. However, our council does get an excellent benefits package as well as Percy.
So, Melanie, before you leave, what's your thoughts about that?
I think that, we've all come into this with that expectation that we're not really here to make a salary. And so I would pose that we not take an increase this year.
Thank you. What's the rest of the council think about that? So let me call on Cammie. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't think necessarily we need to increase, but it would be interesting to see the studies that's been done from the other locations on the salary of the city council and mayor.
So Bestie Joe, I'm not sure you were able to hear her, but she said we're in the very bottom.
Yeah, I heard her, but I just would like to see what other cities, and I'm not saying that I would recommend increasing. It would just be nice to see what's out there.
I can put that together for our next meeting.
So kind of educational so that the next 2 years when there's another election, because we only can revisit this on election years, I was told.
Correct.
So,
Yes.
Okay, gotcha, Cammie, thanks. Mike, your thoughts?
Yeah, just for clarification, in the bill, it says that it's 225 and 375. So the suggestion is to go up $25 to 250 and 400.
The agenda bill.
Isn't that what it says? Or am I looking at the previous one? Oh, I'm looking at it back from Jackie's. Sorry. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's an incidental amount. I think following on a program of what is common has value. I don't think $25 a month is going to make or break us, or is a significant change. I'd probably follow with the increase. I think the amount of work that we do and the dedication and time we all put into city council is probably worth a little bit more than what the compensation is. You look at county commissioners and other elected officials, it's significantly higher. So while I certainly, and I know other council members do not participate on council to try to make a living, there probably is some benefit there. So I would lean towards the size of doing the increase.
Colby?
Yeah, I think the last time we had this discussion, we did kind of have a table of what was going on around the state with other cities. So I think it would be helpful to look at that. You know, I'm kind of neutral on the subject personally, but I think to be able to have a good discussion on it, would excuse me, it would be helpful to have that
Yeah,
information.
that's a good point, Colby. I mean, if every other city is you know, significantly higher, then it seems logical to look at it from that standpoint. So I think that's a good suggestion, Colby.
So thanks everybody for weighing in on that. Those are good suggestions. Bessie, Joe, are we, and Linda, are we still, as long as we haven't set the tentative budget, we have time to revisit this and address it at a later date. Is that correct?
Yes, I can bring it for your June meeting.
That'd be great. I think we have an interest in that. All right. Melanie, thanks for hanging in. Go ahead.
Mayor Bob, just for clarification, the tentative budget sets the upper level of our budget. We can't increase it higher than the tentative budget, but there is still some time at the, you know, if you need more time, there's still time in August at the budget hearing to take a look at it. Obviously, if you have that, make your decision prior, that's best, but there is some time.
Thank you, Linda.
As long as, yeah, okay.
For explaining that.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, let's go back to the other topic. Thanks everyone for your flexibility on that. And that was just general questions about the worksheet summary. I'm going to call it the fiscal year 2022 budget. So any questions from council for Linda or Annette?
And you are right, Bob, it is the fiscal 22 budget. So there's a header in there that I missed and did not get corrected. So thank you for pointing that out.
So I guess just for clarification, that's the one we were looking at. And then on the top of that, the fiscal year 21 the prior year budget, and fiscal year 22, it says adopted.
Oh, you are
Right,
correct. Thank you, everyone.
No, I'm just curious. So the far right column is the proposed budget, or the what we're looking at?
Proposed or draft, yes.
Yeah. Okay. I guess back to my hot topic, housing. Do we have funds going into our housing in this budget, and where?
There are funds in, so there's remaining LOT funding for housing that's been carried forward. I'm not exactly sure on the amount. We just paid some housing incentive to Jarmar that you approved on your meeting on May 13th. And so, but it's 100,000 or better from prior year LOT funding. And we are accumulating the housing dollars as per the fund balance reserve policy that we amended in 2019, I think it was. I'm not sure. Anyhow, so that is ongoing and there are funds in there. Still working through the audit, so I've not yet calculated how much would be added to that at this point in time, but so it will be increased. I can tell you what it was at the beginning of the year if you would like, Councilor Nelson.
Sure, why not?
Okay, just give me a second so I can pull that up. I have too many spreadsheets open. So the current balance without calculating based on the excess fund balance or available cash beginning of fiscal 21 is $79,150 that's sitting in reserves for housing. Now, I do believe the intent of that was to create some funding for potential land banking. So that is not in the budget, but it is reserved and put aside for future use. And so that we will be adding to that amount once I have better numbers or can look at the numbers for the fiscal year end 2020, beginning 2021. So it's a start. Then I have the roll forward for the fund balance reserve amounts for, if I can find it. There it is. So the funds remaining from prior year LOT awards for housing is $111,000 rounded up to the nearest hundred, nearest thousand. So that's from prior year awards from 2019 and then 2020. And so should the council approve the funding recommendation that's before you to this year, that would bring that balance up to $211,000 for housing incentives and what other items are eligible for that funding.
So that would be roughly 20 units. If they requested the full 10,000, they would be available.
Yes.
And then of course we have staff time allocated to housing, and the work that we just incorporate into, Michelle and Delta and our planning team, to work with the developers, of course.
Yeah, thanks. I guess, what I'm getting at is how can we continue to make meaningful moves towards creating some sort of valuable housing solution.
Well, I think the next big strategy is to be prepared when the state of Idaho is doing their competitive grants again for the tax credit programs for affordable housing, and we're eligible again, and that's the funding and project partnership that was done with the housing company in Boise, for example, that created the Oaks, or the Springs, excuse me. And so that should be coming around, and we should be preparing for that to see if we can figure out a partnership with them again and a good location and all of that. So in my mind, that's the next really big thing, in addition to working with the developers creating these smaller number of individual units. And of course, we have the Housing Advisory Committee that's been working with Michelle on evaluating currently our property currently owned by the city and whether any of that can be used towards a development. So, and I believe they're working on a short and long-term strategy for the council right now.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I just think we need to ensure we have some funding and support moving forward on that. As much as I like parks and new parks and stuff, that's really neat. But here, after this year, we'll see if there's anyone left living in McCall to be able to enjoy those new parks. I think that we need to figure out ways to make some meaningful moves here as a city, and where and how can we do that? I mean, those apartments are nice, but they're, with the Boise whatever company did
Mhm.
the things, but those are unrestricted, and we're, you know, we're not, we're missing a huge segment of just market rate rental stuff for class people and working professionals and families and stuff. And I don't know, like, if there's anywhere in this budget where we can start putting more money into housing. That's what I would like to see.
Okay. Yeah, without the support of a tax credit program or the state or something like that, it's really, we have to work with the private sector to convince them to build it. Because we just don't have millions of dollars to construct our own buildings. And I think Michelle jumped on. I don't know if you have any specific questions for her, but of course, as staff, we know that this is a huge priority of the council, and we do try to put as much resources as we can towards it as we have available. Michelle, did you want to share anything about progress on housing development and our efforts with your program and your staff, and what we've got in our mind for how we're investing those funds in our budget for next year?
Sure. Sorry, I just jumped off because I thought you didn't really need me. Anyway, so yeah, I would say that one of the things that I will say is, while we haven't had a lot of staff resources specifically to focus on housing, I've been kind of in the trenches working with the development community, with the absence of our city planner during her leave. And so what I can tell you is, you know, the amount of money that I put in the LOT with $200,000, I mean, we have one project right now that's specifically going ahead and taking advantage of the density bonus program. So you may remember, as part of the local housing code updates, the council and the county commissioners approved, basically for every local housing unit, you get another unit. And so we have one project that is going to take advantage of that. And so that would be 15 local housing units in just that one project, which would be fantastic. And so rather than rezoning, they're going to go ahead and take advantage of that program. And then we have several other projects that have been talking to us about including local housing in with market rate units. And so that's why the request was what it is, assuming that potentially not all of them end up happening, but at least if we wanted to make sure there's enough funding, because if we get kind of one or two major big projects, we could easily expend all those dollars that we have right now for that. And as you've noticed in the last couple of council meetings, you've seen the reimbursement request for the Thompson Avenue. So that was 12 units. So that's $120,000. So we're really happy that people are taking advantage of that program. And, you know, at the end of the day, those are kind of units that are deed restricted in perpetuity. So, so I think now that we're kind of transitioning our staff, I think it was mentioned earlier, we've had a lot of changeover, and we have a couple of new staff members on board. And once we're fully staffed up, that'll free up some of my time to kind of focus back on our housing efforts, which I've really had to just kind of put to the side just to kind of keep up with the day-to-day. So we have kind of a number of things queued up in this next 6 months or so that I think you'll be seeing come in front of you.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we have the resources to make those meaningful moves, because we sat around and did nothing for a decade, and now we're paying for it. So we need to stay on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I just, you know, through the budgeting process, if it's either the LOT requests or through the general fund, you know, I think if we are going to offer programs, it would be nice to see them, you know, funded. So we're able to actually follow through with kind of our programs themselves. We do have kind of that caveat that it's sort of as funding's available, but like I said, if we can expend the dollars that we budget for, I think that's a good thing because that means that we're getting those units deed restricted. And like again, that's just one program, but I think that's where we started, and I think it's an important first step.
So sounds like, Linda, you can lead us through, you and Annette, on budget development and the next steps.
Excuse me, certainly. So you have another council work session on June 25th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. I do believe that is the appropriate time. You'll receive some refined numbers in the O&M budget, and then also we'll receive a draft CIP at that point, at that meeting for your consideration. And then there is a budget work session on July 29, and it's an evening work session from 5:30 to 8:30 to get to tentative budget adoption and get us teed up and ready for the public hearing, which then is going to be held on August the 12th. And also budget adoption if we are ready. If we want to take any foregone, there would also be a public hearing on the August 12th meeting as well. If we're not ready for budget adoption on the 12th, we do have budget adoption scheduled for your second meeting in August, on August 26th. And that's the next steps for budget. So hopefully everybody has those meeting times on their calendar and will be available.
Council, any questions for Linda on our next steps?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
None for me.
Okay.
All right. And as far as I know, Annette and Linda, we're all on board with those dates. That's a priority. Budget's one of the most important things we work on with you. So we'll lock those in.
Okay.
That's good.
Is there anything else, Annette or Linda, you would like to share before we adjourn?
Just a quick reminder, if you have a moment at 1:30 to join us at Centennial Park or Centennial Plaza to dedicate the new Bluebird Express, we'd love to see you there.
That's where I'm headed next. Thank you all. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
you.